225. The state of counterinsurgency. But the original duality, expressed by the monopolistic bourgeoisie and the armed forces, even if it finds a first resolution in the process of the coup d'état, is reproduced at a higher level, once the state of counterinsurgency is established. The form of military dictatorship that it assumes indicates only that the armed forces have assumed their control and exert the political power as an institution. She does not reveal the essence of that state, from the point of view of its structuring and functioning, nor does it highlight the fact that the armed forces share power there with the monopolistic bourgeoisie. To capture this, it is necessary to go beyond the mere formal expression of the state, being that, whenever we find certain structures, functioning and co-participation between armed forces and monopolistic capital, we will be facing a state of counterinsurgency, it has this or not the form of a military dictatorship. The state of counterinsurgency, product of the Latin American counter-revolution, presents a hypertrophy of the executive power, through its various organs. With respect to others it is not, however, a feature that characterizes it with respect to the modern capitalist state. Rather, this distinction should be sought in the existence of two central decision-making branches within the executive power. On the one hand, the military branch, constituted by the General Staff of the Armed Forces, which expresses the military institution at the level of decision-making and rests on the vertical structure of the armed forces. The National Security Council is the supreme deliberative body, in which the representatives of the military branch with the direct delegates of the capital, and the organs of the intelligence service, which inform, guide and they prepare the decision-making process. On the other hand, the economic branch, represented by the economic ministries, as well as state credit, production and services companies, whose key positions are occupied by technocrats, civil and military. Thus, the National Security Council is the scope where both branches converge, intertwining, and constitutes the cusp, the key organ of the state of counterinsurgency. This is the real structure of the state of counterinsurgency, which enshrines the alliance between the armed forces and the monopoly capital, and where the decision-making process is developed outside the influence of the other institutions that make up the classical bourgeois state, such as the legislative and judicial power. These can perfectly stay in the 226 framework of the military dictatorship, as in Brazil, or even configure a civil regime, as in Venezuela, without affecting the structure and real functioning of the state of counterinsurgency. Recall, in this sense, how Venezuela, where the first counterinsurgency essay was made in Latin America, in the early 60s, has evolved in the sense of creating its National Security Council and even arriving at the structuring of a national system of public companies, which governs Venezuelan state capitalism out of all control by Congress and other state bodies. In short, the state of counterinsurgency is the corporate state of the monopolistic bourgeoisie and the armed forces, regardless of the way that state assumes, that is, regardless of the current political regime. This state presents formal similarities with the fascist state, as well as with other types of capitalist state, but its specificity is in its peculiar corporate essence and in the structure and functioning that are generated from there. Calling him fascist does not make us move on to understand its meaning. This analysis should not lead to misunderstandings. Civil and military technocrats who deal with state management, are nothing more than the political representation of capital, and as long as such is not specular about their autonomy, beyond what can be done with any political representation with respect to the class it represents, in other words, it is deeply wrong to qualify that technocracy as state bourgeoisie, in the same plane as the bourgeois class itself. Similarly, the fusion of the corporate interests of the armed forces and the monopolistic bourgeoisie should not obscure the fact that the latter represents a properly capitalist fraction of the bourgeoisie while the armed forces are nothing but a body of officials, whose economic and political will is rigorously that of the class A that serves. Finally, it is necessary to keep in mind that, although the state of counterinsurgency is the state of monopoly capital, whose fractions are today the bloc in power, does not exclude the participation of the other bourgeois fractions, as well as in its economic reproduction, the monopolistic capital constantly creates for the other capitalist sectors reproduction conditions, so it is incorrect to assume that the non-monopolistic bourgeois, the suppression of a state that constitutes the synthesis of the 227 exploitation and domination relationships on which they base their existence, it does not reside in another cause, the failure of the anti-fascist fronts that have tried to start in Latin America and that have always collided with the rejection of the non-monopolic bourgeoisie, regardless of the frictions that it maintains with the bloc in power. Bourgeois democracy versus revolutionary democracy. I have worried, so far, to analyze the causes and nature of the bourgeois and imperialist counter-revolution in Latin America, as well as the character of the state to which she gave rise. However, as we already indicated, since the end of 1976, the emergence of a process that points towards the democratization of the force regimes of the counter-revolution is observed in the continent. It is an intrinsically contradictory process, in which different political projects begin to crystallize, as a result of the contradictory forces that converge there. The governable democracies. If we start from the first factor considered, American imperialism, we will immediately verify that its situation is different from the one in the 60s. After the economic boom of that period, it has come from an economic crisis, without perspectives of solution at the site. Within that framework, American hegemony in the capitalist countryside is no longer incontestable, as then, but is facing the claims that, at the economic and political level, raise the other imperialist powers, in particular Federal Germany and Japan. The crisis has also reflected within American society, causing an ideological and political crisis that, through facts such as Watergate, hippism, and others, have affected the legitimacy of the system of domination. On another plane, together with the constant reinforcement of the Soviet Union, which has managed to maintain military balance with the United States, a remarkable advance of the revolutionary forces in different parts of the world has been verified. The hot point of the economic crisis, in the middle of this decade, coincided with great victories of the revolutionary movement in Africa, particularly Mozambique and Angola, and in Asia, with the spectacular defeat of the United States in Vietnam, at the same time that, in the same Europe, the popular forces achieved significant progress in Portugal, Spain, Italy, and Greece, and even in imperialist bastions such as France. 228. In this context, American imperialism has had to make adjustments in its strategy, which have been expressed in Carter's policy. He has assumed the government with the explicit purpose of restoring the legitimacy of the system of domination within American society, using old myths that are expensive to bourgeois ideology in that country, such as human rights, and measures that try to make the crisis less heavy for the different social groups of the country. Likewise, the economic crisis has been overcome, reaffirming American hegemony in the capitalist field, although it admits that this hegemony must be shared. In the line of what is raised by the Trilateral Commission, the United States intends to maintain itself as a governing axis of the relationship of forces to be established between the imperialist powers. Finally, American imperialism intends to modify its world strategy, to compensate and avoid the repetition of the failures taken in the first half of the decade, a modification that follows two main lines. The first is the polarization of relations with the socialist field, centralizing them in Europe. The second, distrust or cooling of the hot peripheral areas. To do this, Carter has argued that Europe is the sword of the West and has struggled to turn tense relations between NATO and the Warsaw Pact, although he could eventually lead to war. The aggressive and warmongering policy of American imperialism regarding the Soviet Union actually seeks a move balance, on the basis of what former President Ford called peace with strength, for which he privileges Europe, considering that the progress of the world revolution in other areas was deteriorating. The correlation of forces in his detriment. Consequently, it raises a cooling policy of the peripheral areas, from measures that try to solve particularly acute problems, such as those that have been taken in the Middle East, in Panama, etc., until the review of the doctrine of counterinsurgency, which aims to limit its most rough aspects and adapt it to the new conditions of the class struggle. This is because the counterinsurgency, despite the ability that has been demonstrated to stop the revolutionary movement in many areas, has experienced strong setbacks, in particular that of Vietnam, and has been revealed incapable, even where it was effective to stop the revolutionary movement, to ensure the conditions of stable political domination, as is the case of Latin America. It is also due to the fact that 229 European imperialist powers, as they must assume greater world responsibilities within the framework of shared hegemony, they are forced to consider the force of the labor movement in their countries, which opposes raw and open violence that counterinsurgency has implied. The use of more subtle counter-revolutionary methods, promoted mainly by Federal Germany, has yielded positive results in the countries of Mediterranean Europe. Let us point out that the closely national political approach currently made by European parties called Eurocommunists diminish the capacity of the labor movement of those countries to weigh in the world correlation of forces and incline the balance towards the field of the revolution, as evidenced by the reactionary offensive that the French government could develop in Africa, on the basis of the electoral defeat of the left in France. However, the main point of the counterinsurgency doctrine, which is now subject to review, is the one that refers to the origin of the revolutionary movements. Abandoning the simplistic notion of external infiltration, the new theorists of American imperialism, out of the trilateral commissions such as Huntington, see the problem as a result of decompositions, of imbalances that affect the state in modern, capitalist society, as a result of the very pressures of the masses, in their efforts for better living conditions. This, which is valid not only for dependent countries, but for the same advanced capitalist countries, leads them to consider the problem of the governance of democracy, which necessarily points to limitation, to the restriction of the democratic political game itself, to keep it under control. For Latin America, the reformulation of the North American strategy has resulted in the search for a new policy, not yet fully defined that, in addition to the elimination of friction points, such as the one regarding the Panama Canal, points to a political institutionalization, capable of expressing itself in a viable democracy, that is, restricted. But this is not only from the strategic approaches of the United States, but also derives, and mainly, from the new class struggle conditions that govern in Latin America. 230. The state of the fourth power. Important role plays, in this sense, the diversification of the bloc in power, by the changes intervened within the monopolistic bourgeoisie. In countries where this phenomenon is more advanced, such as Brazil, we can see how interburger contradictions are no longer guided, as in the past, by divergent interests of the industrial and agricultural bourgeoisie, or from the lower layers of the bourgeoisie, with respect to its monopoly sector, but are born of divisions arising within the great capital, of the monopolistic bourgeoisie itself. Thus, it is possible to verify how in Brazil, since, in 1974, the economic reproduction pattern based on the light consumer assets industry, interburger struggles between national and foreign fractions, linked to said industry, and national and foreign fractions, which have a seat in the basic industry and capital assets. It is, today, to decide the directions of the country's economy, the reproduction pattern that it must follow, and this, which implies reallocation of resources, tax, credit, and all kinds, stimulates the rivalry between those two sectors of the great capital, which pools the other capitalist groups that are linked to one or another sector. It should be borne in mind that it is not possible, in these circumstances, to mask the interburger struggles after justifications of nationalist cut or pretend to channel them towards formulas of the anti-fascist front type, since they divide equally the national and foreign bourgeois sectors that operate in the country and face fractions of large capital. Anyway, interburger contradictions, when sharpening, demand political space to go. The rigid centralization of the political process, in the hands of the military technocratic elite, must be more flexible, return some validity to Parliament as a scope of discussion, allow the actions of parties and the press, so that the different bourgeois fractions can develop their struggle. This does not collide, in addition, with the requirement that the state continues to hold sufficient capacity to keep the mass movement at the waist, since, the more absent the political scene is, the greater the freedom of action the bourgeois fractions have to carry out their confrontations and negotiations. This is the reason why the Bergy institutionalization project does not depart from the viable, governable, or restricted democracy formula, which propose the northern imperialist theorists. 231. American. In the same way, when the counter-revolution is unleashed, the great capital project converged towards authoritarian centralism, towards the dictatorial forms proposed by these theoretical ones. It is, then, now, to carry out a political openness that preserves the essentials of the state of counterinsurgency. What is this? In the institutionalization of the direct participation of large capital in economic management and the subordination of the powers of the state to the armed forces, through the state bodies that have been created, in particular the National Security Council. The first point is not, of course, in discussion, for the bourgeoisie. At most, it gives rise to clashes between its fractions for ensuring a larger slice in the distribution of the loot that represents the economic branch of the state of counterinsurgency. The second is, today, the object of discussion. In many countries there is talk of a state council, as a controller body of the other state devices, in which the armed forces will have important weight. In Brazil, the old formula of the monarchical state is tried to resurrect, which consecrated, in addition to the three classic powers of the state, to the moderating power, exercised by the emperor, and that the ideologues of the great bourgeoisie attribute today to the armed forces. Whatever the formula adopted, and most likely it presents variants in the various countries of the continent. However, it goes towards a state of four powers, or more precisely, to the state of the fourth power, in which the armed forces will play a role of surveillance, control, and direction on the whole of the state apparatus. This structural and functioning characteristic of the state will not, of course, but the result of the overwhelming of the state apparatus by the armed forces and of the legal system of military origin imposed on political life, in particular the national security laws. It should be noted that, within the framework of that restricted democracy, but democracy anyway, the word fascism will lose to the agitative nature that it has today and must be abandoned, but that abandonment will represent the renunciation of an incorrect analysis of the current situation, and not its overcoming by a higher and more appropriate analysis of the new political conditions arising, which will leave the left and the popular movement unarmed to face them. 232. The popular struggle for democracy. However, the bourgeois and imperialist project of institutionalization is also the result of a third factor, the mass movement, before which it is raised with the purpose of moving to deceit and confusion, but that makes it problematic, erratic, and threatens it even with failure. Indeed, it is indisputable that, slowly, zigzaginant, the Latin American mass movement, after a reflux period has entered since the end of 1976 into a recovery process. More than that, it presents, unlike what happened until the 60s, a new feature, which was until then deprivation of the countries of greatest development in the region, such as Argentina, Chile, Uruguay, a clear predominance of the working class within its bosom. It is enough to look towards Central America, Peru, Colombia, to realize that the working class has become, throughout the region, the governing axis of the working masses of Latin America, which progressively fold their driving and adopt their forms of organization and struggle. In parallel, although its influence remains large in some countries, the peasantry is giving rise to a large and combative agricultural proletariat, usually grouped in urban centers, which creates the objective conditions to specify the labor corner alliance, while the small urban bourgeoisie is increasing trend, already observed in the early 60s, to move their class alliances to the popular field. The action of these broad masses, while making the implementation of new formulas of domination more necessary, which cannot be based on pure and simple violence, complicates the implementation of the imperialist bourgeois project, to the extent that they tend to consider before it with increasing autonomy, pressing in favor of non-planned concessions, as well as the expansion and deepening of the proposed reforms. Staying markedly in the plane of the economic and democratic struggle, the masses have not lost their memory, particularly in their most advanced sectors, of the socialist message that, through the action, the Latin American left led them throughout the 60s, as well as of the present decade, which awakens the fear of the bourgeoisie and imperialism, making them cling even more counterinsurgency. Consequently, the institutionalization process takes place extremely complex, low. 233. To the onslaught of mass pressures and the efforts of the ruling class to keep it under control, which imposes marches and countermarkers and allows its limit to be given by the ultranza defense that will make its state apparatus, as it is in essence today, is structured. Consequently, there is no reason to assume that the democratic struggle that the Latin American popular masses fight today can extend indefinitely, allowing, at a certain height, the natural and peaceful step to socialism occurs. Everything rather indicates that the democratic struggle and socialist struggle will intertwine for workers in a single process, a hard and determined confrontation process with the bourgeoisie and imperialism. Conclusions. The analysis of the conditions in which the class struggle in Latin America is currently developed shows that the deployment of the popular democratic movement tends to demarcate it increasingly the democratization projects raised by the ruling classes and imperialism, while pointing towards the radical confrontation between masses' revolutionary democracy and the state of the great capital. This means that the hot issues for the Latin American left are to ensure the independent mobilization of the mass movement, in pursuit of a broad democratic program, and provide the theoretical and practical weapons that allow it to suppress the main obstacle to the achievement of that program, that is, the bourgeois state. None of these problems can be solved if it is not achieved that, in its development, the popular movement will crystallize the hegemony of the working class, the only class of bourgeois society that, due to its material conditions of existence and its ideological virtualities, is able to conceive of the realization of democracy as the suppression of the bourgeoisie very domination. The Nicaraguan Revolution, as the Cuban Revolution did before, perfectly illustrates that characteristic of Latin American classes. First of all, because, vice versa of what could be intended, the revolution is the direct product of capitalist development observed in Nicaragua, in the course of the 50s, and that accelerates in the following decade, framed in Central American economic integration, which, by promoting the emergence of a monopolic bourgeoisie, has simultaneous 234 mind, to its internal subdivision, by configuring the Somocista group. Teacher of the state apparatus, it can convert it, of the traditional military dictatorship that had been, in the corporate state of the monopolies and the armed forces, in the style of the most modern dictatorships that arise in the region, in the course of the bourgeois and imperialist counter-revolution. The interburger struggles, which explode on that basis, in the late 60s, and are intensified in the middle of this decade, are combined with the rise of the mass movement, a large extent to the actions of the revolutionary left, the Sandinista front. However, about 2 years, until the insurrection of September 1978, so that the anti-Somocist opposition is internally demarcated, with the attempt to negotiate between Somocism, the opposition bourgeoisie and American imperialism, on the one hand, and the popular revolutionary democracy, now opened openly by the Sandinistas, on the other. In less than a year, the process will advance sufficiently to disrupt the attempts to mediate the revolutionary struggle and culminate with the destruction of the bourgeois state. The conquest of power does not close the cycle of the Nicaraguan Revolution. It is evident that he has stated rather his democratic stage, which continues today, with the support of the new state, and in particular of the new armed forces, through the process of politicization and organization of the masses. The creation of the Trade Union Central, the formation of popular militias, the emergence of the defense committees, the election by the base of the local powers are only the ways in which this process is expressed. At its head, directing without deviations the course of the democratic stage of the revolution, there is a political avant-garde, in which the proletarian ideology predominates, Leninism-Marxism, and that consciously strives to mature the conditions that allow to travel to the socialist stage of the revolution, which will necessarily be that of the dictatorship of the proletariat or, what is the same, that of proletarian democracy. It is this fact, more than any other, that brings the Nicaraguan process of the Cuban process, at the same time that it takes him away from another Latin American experience in which the destruction of the state gave rise to the resurgence of capitalism and bourgeois domination, the Bolivian Revolution of 1952. 235. However, more than its general form and perspectives, the Nicaraguan Revolution interests us here directly because it put on the mat, once again, the revolutionary character that presents the democratic struggle in Latin America. The great issue, at a theoretical and practical time, which she raises is that of the Somocista state, and especially its armed forces. It did not fall apart before the attacks of the class struggle and must have been defeated militarily by passage. This points to a specificity of the Nicaraguan Revolution with respect to the Cuban, to the fact that the insurrection could not be there the coronation of the process of armed struggle, rather in a factor of accumulation of forces conducive to the development of the armed struggle, although unable to bring it to its outcome. The reason for that peculiarity warns of the fact that the insurrectional form of struggle is only decisive if it leads to the division of enemy forces, that is, if it splits its military power. When this occurs, as Lenin analyzed when considering the experience of the Potemkin battleship, he attends the transfer of enemies' military forces to the field of the revolution, where they come to become a revolutionary armed power, obviating the long path of construction of its own military power, apart from the existing one. But if the phenomenon does not occur, it is then this last path that remains, that is, the construction of a regular army within the popular field itself and its confrontation to the enemy army. The one that has been the course that followed the Nicaraguan Revolution leads us to ask what determined the resistance capacity of the Somocista army, which remained in full, essentially, until the last moment, and, even after the victory, it refuses to fold to the triumphant revolution, based rather in the counter-revolution, through internal harassment or regrouping in neighboring countries. It weighs there, without a doubt, the type of relationship that was established between the regime and its armed forces, materialized not only in privileges and prebendas but also in the direct linking of its members to the interests of capital. This does not represent, however, as it has been to be believed, a specificity of Somocism, but is the particular way that acquires symbiosis between the bourgeoisie and the military, present in other Latin American dictatorships, such as the Brazilian, and that we have analyzed on another occasion. But next to that explanatory factor, we must add another one, the one that was an army formed in the ideology and the techniques of the counterinsurgency, the hatred of the troop, mostly constituted by children of peasants, to Sandinism and the popular movement, and its repressive bestiality. 236. Exemplified in the publicized fact of the murder of an American journalist, they could not be understood otherwise. If this is true, if, far from being an exception, the characteristics of the Nicaraguan process inform of the capitalist development and the doctrine of the counterinsurgency, which make up the framework of class struggles throughout Latin America, then its validity is much broader than what could be supposed initially. Indeed, it would be not only to accept the revolutionary character of the democratic struggle in Latin America, only susceptible, therefore, of being conducted by the revolutionary proletariat, whose goal could not cease to be socialism, but it would also be necessary to admit that, independently of the particular forms that magazine in the different countries, that revolutionary character also implies that the class struggle assumes the general form of the armed struggle. This seems to be the result to which it has led, in Latin America, the bourgeois and imperialist counter-revolution. However, and beyond that, these are issues that will only be resolved definitively in practice. This reaffirms the importance it acquires, in the struggles for socialism in the continent, the ideological problem that represents the conception of the state. Only the correct solution by the leftist forces to that problem will give guarantees that they will be able to put in fact at the head of the class struggles that we are currently living, and that they can only increase, in the course of this decade. 237. Alliances and commitments. In socialist democracy. 110. In the history of ideas, socialism and democracy, they do not have the same origin or necessarily tend to identity. Both Plato and Saint Simon were able to imagine markedly authoritarian socialist systems, in the same way as bourgeois ideology, even in their most advanced forms, democracy could be considered without linking it to socialism. It is modern socialism, which arises as criticism of the process and the idea of the bourgeois revolution, with Babeuf, Blanqui, the Ricardian left, and culminates with Marxism, who intimately relates the two concepts and makes them inseparable. Inseparable, but not identical. In its superior expression, that is, as a government of the majorities, democracy implies socialism, the only way of organization of production and consumption that, for resting in the social property of the means of production, ensures political equality to the immense mass of producers. 111, although, as Marx pointed out, does not assure them economic equality yet. Moreover, full democracy not only means, as a premise, socialism, but leads to him, unless a majority could be conceived that ruled for the benefit of the minority, that is, against his. That interdependence that is established between democracy and socialism should not obscure the fact that, far from being an identity, these are two concepts, and, if they are good, of two realities, perfectly different, although united by an indissoluble relationship. 112. As a dialectical relationship, the realities she involves, although mutually determined, have their own life, being able to develop asymmetrically and even contradictory, one in front of the other. This is how, in the course of the proletarian revolution, we find situations in which the defense of socialism was carried out at the expense of democracy, or that the demands of democracy impose limits on the socialization process. In general, the wrong criticism left or right to the proletarian revolutions in progress are born from the non-understanding of the dialectical nature of the socialism-democracy relationship. Worse still, they do not perceive that this relationship is carried out through national historical processes, which, by their peculiar determinations of socio-economic and cultural order, as well as by the correlations of international forces in which they are registered, they affect the way it develops, as much as the historical time, the particular moment of the general historical process in which each revolution occurs. The confusion in what is essential and what is contingent, to what the concept does and what makes the concrete reality to which he refers, regarding the democracy-socialism relationship, is not exclusive, however, of his critics. There is, in each particular process of proletarian revolution, the temptation to turn into general laws or imperatives characteristic of the process, temptation that becomes both stronger the more controversial these characteristics are, that is, the more necessary its justification seems. This is how the forced collectivization of the countryside, in the Soviet Union, specific fruit of the country's international isolation and the class struggles registered in the 20s, was advocated by its most enthusiastic supporters in the name of a hypothetical law of the original socialist accumulation. The reality is that the violent expropriation of the peasants, apart from the fact that it was not verified in the revolutions that followed, knowing how typical of war communism. When Lenin formulates the new economic policy, which restored for the peasant production the market game, conditioned and under the surveillance of the state, it does precisely to open to those contradictions a pacific development channel, that is to say democratic. 239. This is, without a doubt, a central element in the concept of democracy, and that gives specificity, regardless of the economic system with which it coexists, the recognition of divergences and clashes of interests between political actors and the effective possibility that they can solve them peacefully. From the moment one imposes on the other a solution of force, the field of democracy is abandoned, no matter how much, in the eyes of contemporaries or in the historical perspective, that solution is justified as a measure destined to ensure, in the long term, democracy. It can be discussed whether, if not proceeding to forced collectivization, the Soviet Union would have been able to carry out the socialist building, the way, as we saw, to establish in solid bases political equality, necessary condition of full democracy. What cannot be discussed is that the collectivization meant a non-democratic way to solve the crisis to which the Labor Corner alliance was conducted in the Soviet Union of that time. In this perspective, democracy, beyond the legal and political institutions in which it is expressed, appears as a way, a method to solve divergences between social classes. Among all, the Leninist vision of the problem, inscribed in a context of civil war and international aggression, answers the question restricting democracy to the field of the revolution, to the Labor Champion Alliance, and associates it with the dictatorship to be exercised against the bourgeoisie, which promotes that war and that aggression. Let us leave, for now, aside the question of knowing if that duality is essential to the concept of democracy and deepens before in the way Lenin conceives the exercise of democracy. The Labor Champion Alliance in the Soviet Revolution is not an alliance between peers, that is clearly expressed in the Constitution of 1921, which oversizes the political representation of the proletariat to the detriment of the peasantry. It is an alliance of the revolutionary class, the proletariat, with the immense roller mass oppressed and exploited, essentially constituted by peasants. The alliance is based on the insubmission of these to that oppression and that exploitation, which also makes them revolutionaries. But, while the peasants can be content with the recognition of their property right, thus being in the frame. 240. Political equality and, then, freedom. The question is, for the proletariat, to convince the peasantry to go against their immediate interest, private property, instead of satisfaction of their most general interest, the end of oppression and exploitation. Convince, that is, persuade. The proletariat is not in a position to submit peasants by force, even if that was done for their benefit. Worse, to submit them by force would contradict the democratic vocation of the proletariat. As a method of government, there is then to resort to persuasion, rather than coercion, and this is what makes the labor champion state a democratic state, that is, a state whose central characteristic is the solution of divergences between the classes that support it through discussion and conviction. The form and duration of the socialist transition will be determined, first of all, by the way in which the divergences and the time that its overcoming is faced. Until so, the two classes will have to live peacefully, becoming mutual concessions, and will do so in the context of state institutions that guarantee that coexistence. Pacific coexistence does not prevent, however, and even demands initiatives aimed at modifying it. The opposite would be stagnation, the worst enemy of historical projects. While these initiatives remain in the plane of persuasion, they do not affect the democratic character of the state at all. Enough, however, to assume coercive character for democracy to be endangered. This leads to what the law is in a democratic proletarian state. Instrument through which the state sets objectives and establishes procedures, under penalty of sanction, that is, in a coercive way. The law could not exist in a regime in which all were the same and in which no one had the right to impose something to another. For the law to exist, it is necessary that decision-making at the state level is not equally distributed among the classes that support it, what has nothing to do with the idea of the equality of all before the law, that the proletarian revolution inherits the bourgeois revolution. Democracy and political equality are not identical. Democracy implies inequality, at least in decision-making, for which it necessarily has to exercise as a domination of one class on another. 241. The specific thing about socialist democracy is that this domination is exercised through persuasion and not coercion. This is why, for Lenin, the law is not simply an imperative that involves a sanction, she is also and above all, how much means of exercise of proletarian democracy, an educational instrument, which sets objectives and explains them, nods to the state apply them through persuasion. The ideal law of socialist democracy is one that contains more preamble than articles and operates as a lever in the hands of agitators and propagandists. In the limit, the ideal law is nothing more than a more developed form of political propaganda. 113. The democratic government method is possible within the framework of class relations that face a common enemy and share historical objectives, which is why they are capable of consensus. Relationships of that kind make up an alliance, whose political expression is democracy. Different is the situation when it comes to classes whose relationship is based on oppression and exploitation of one by the other. In this case, the par excellence method is coercion, no matter how resistance and struggle of the dominated class can force the ruling class to make concessions and resort, if not to persuasion, at least to deception, in order to limit the indiscriminate use of coercion. Indeed, no state can settle exclusively in coercion. Even the slave state, based on a relationship of oppression-exploitation almost indefinable and that, for that reason, is always supported by weapons in hand, even that state is forced to use non-coercive media, the custom, the idea of the inferiority of the slave, etc. to exercise its power. With the advent of bourgeois society, this will be accentuated, when the ruling class forced to reconcile the oppression and exploitation of the other classes with the historical project that proposed, focused on the notions of equality and freedom, as well as progress. That will be the task of bourgeois ideology. Privileged weapon in its struggle for political power, ideology also became, with the bourgeoisie, instrument of the greatest importance to exercise it. No class in history, before it, gave the ideology such a decisive role in its domination mode. Therefore, the bourgeoisie had performed a titanic work, until it turns equality into equal subordination of all to the law, to freedom, in the free disposition of the workforce itself, and to progress, in the individual perspective of social promotion. The touchstone of that ideological construction, in the level of domination, was the concept of citizenship, or the individual ownership of political rights, through which the bourgeoisie escaped the social classes and made each one participate isolated from the life of the state. The individual has been confronted in this way, without any defense, the state, source and guardian of the established order, and that fulfills their function through the monopoly of the force. 114. Socialist democracy, which breaks with bourgeois individualism and is assumed as an expression of class struggle, also renounces ideological mystification as an instrument of domination. We already saw the raw frankness that reigns within the Labor Champion Alliance, based on the common interest of putting an end to oppression and exploitation, but in which divergences still remain in terms of immediate classes' interests. Towards the bourgeoisie, with which he does not share any historical interest, the working class cannot practice an alliance policy. The bourgeoisie is subject to the historical project of the proletariat through force, coercion, without the possibility of persuading it to accept socialist democracy. It is natural that, in a historical time in which the worldwide correlation of forces favors it, the bourgeoisie strongly resists the national proletarian revolution movements, channeling the class struggle towards the open civil war. It is in that context that the proletarian democracy duality of the proletariat, as formulated by Lenin, acquires full validity. Persuasion and coercion are then constituted in two clearly differentiated lines, two opposite and complementary poles of state action. But neither the resistance capacity of the bourgeoisie is exercised constantly and uniformly, or the world correlation of forces has preeminence on which the proletarian revolution is internally built. Let it be because the bourgeoisie hesitarily in her opposition struggle, either because she has to fold to a de facto situation that does not allow her to insurge. To the bourgeoisie, as well as sectors of other classes to her linked, the intellectuals called bourgeois, mainly. These concessions are not confused with those verified in the Labor Champion Alliance, which, as we indicate, are unlimited in the content and time, thereby determining the character and duration of the socialist transition. The bourgeoisie concessions are conditioned by the demands of the transition and are necessarily limited in one sense and in the other. If successful, they open the proletariat and the bourgeoisie the possibility of concrete agreements, which, without configuring an alliance, since they exclude common historical interests, are defined rather as commitments. The Leninist politics of before the Civil War and, later, of the NEP practiced them without costumes. Good examples are the decree of 1918 on advertising, which, as Lenin himself pointed out, clearly indicated that the Soviet government did not occur as immediate task the total socialization of industry and trade, or the privileges granted to technicians in the NEP period. The Chinese Revolution assured the survival of national capitalist companies for the life of their owners. Cuba kept the small trade for a long period. And Nicaragua, in the line already outlined by the Chilean process of 1970, consecrated three forms of property in its legal structure: state, cooperative, and private. On this plane, the concept of dictatorship, so much regime of open violence of one class against another, does not apply fully. The commitments represent a form of exercise of power to some extent consensual, although they are linked to the material capacity of coercion that the state has. Unlike alliances, commitments do not involve issues related to common historical interests and before refer to practical and immediately identified and duly identified equation by interested parties. However, the importance of the commitment to the development of socialist democracy transcends the merely tactical and goes beyond the specific space of bourgeois-proletariat relations. Indeed, to move towards a policy of commitments, the proletariat must have correctly resolved its alliance policy. Only a solid revolutionary bloc ensures a strong state, sine qua non condition, as we point out, of the commitment. This means that the policy of commitments is not possible if democracy is not fully exercised within the alliance, without which it will always open flanks to the enemy's maneuvers. 244. In this perspective, the policy of commitments is nothing but the irradiation of the democratic practice of the revolutionary bloc to the whole of society. Through it, even coercion-based domination assumes softer dyes and allows the limited extension of democratic practices to the same bourgeoisie. It opens, thus, to some extent, the way to the use of persuasion, particularly in the direction of new generations. Therefore, the application of the commitment, where he becomes possible, prints a more democratic seal to the whole of the socialist transition, which, only in that context, can adopt pluralism more broadly. It is for a socialist transition based on the commitment that Marx conceives the program presented in the Communist Manifesto. After more than a century of class struggles, some of the points raised there have already been totally or partially resolved within capitalism itself. Those who suppose, therefore, that this was the program of the democratic bourgeois revolution is fooled. It is enough to verify, among those points, the suppression of the right of inheritance to realize that it is the program of the proletarian revolution, as Marx conceived, that is, as a historical process destined to suppress the foundations of the bourgeois society and inaugurate the transition to communism. The apparent modesty and the undeniable gradualism of Marx's approach are a natural consequence of the vision he had of communism as the result of the same historical development. In a high degree of abstraction, he would express that vision in the preface to the Contribution, which presents the passage from capitalism to communism as almost natural succession of production modes. For Marx, capitalism creates through its own development the premises of communism, and it is about them that the proletariat supports to promote the socialist transition. This does not exclude, at all, the fact of the revolution, that is to say the conquest of the state by the proletariat. For Marx, the state is, in fact, the lever that the proletariat must take in their hands to remove the capitalist forms that obstruct the passage of history. That idea covers all his work, is present in Capital, in his controversy with the cooperatives and, above all, in his study on the Commune. By recognizing in this the first historical expression of the proletarian state, Marx does not do but to reaffirm what the Manifesto already exposed without leaving a doubt, the need for the proletarian revolution as part of socialism. 245. Is that revolution necessarily violent? Marx admitted the possibility of the Pacific Road, based on commitment, in countries without great development of bureaucracy and army, that is, in countries where the bourgeois state did not yet reach its full maturity. In her analysis of the problem, Lenin part of the vision of capitalism in her imperialist phase to maintain that the peaceful path, as Marx was conceived, was cancelled precisely in countries, such as the United States, where she seems more practicable. Lenin's subsequent reflections, retaken by the International Three, will make imperialism the touchstone of a violent revolution strategy that extends to third world countries. History has given him right. Nothing prevents, however, that the possibility of the Pacific Revolution is rethinking in the course of historical development, although on the basis other than Marx established. Indeed, a decisive factor in the success or failure of modern revolutions is the correlation of international forces. Without it, it is difficult to explain the defeat of popular unity in Chile, independently that decisive influence cannot be attributed, as well as the recent advance of socialism in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. For the importance of the international factor, in the national proletarian revolution processes, both the internationalization of capital in the imperialist phase contributes, and the bourgeois solidarity that is based on it, as well as the growing political, economic, and military force of the Soviet Union and, with it, of the countries that are framed in its field of alliances. But the influence of the socialist field does not operate in a vacuum, but in the defined context of the correlations of forces, leading it to operate more openly or with low-profile policies, depending on the circumstances. On the other hand, the game of contradictions in the imperialist field influences in a favorable or unfavorable sense in the revolutionary processes, of which the different attitude that Western Europe assumed before the Chile of Allende and the Sandinista Nicaragua is a good example. This does not imply that a trend in the evolution of the correlation of international forces is not verified. Even if we stick to favorable moments for the expansion of socialism, the formation of popular democracies of Eastern Europe, as well as the victory of the Chinese Revolution, verify in a context in which, despite the growing influence of the USSR, the imperialist field shows undeniable power. On the other hand, the revolutionary advance in the Third World, in the second half of the 70s, reflected a 246. Greater weakness of imperialism, undermined by the international economic crisis, the exacerbation of competition between the United States, Europe, and Japan, and the global crisis of American society. Let us notice that, although relatively contained, none of those factors was really overcome. It is possible to assume that, through the strengthening of socialism and the progress of the world revolutionary movement, the world correlation of forces can become totally unfavorable to the international bourgeoisie. In that context, major possibilities for peaceful proletarian revolutions would be opened, in a position to practice democracy and pluralism in the broadest way. It is evident that the concretion of that possibility, which would save costs and suffering to the working masses, still depends, priority, on the success that revolutionary movements in the scope of their national struggles achieve today. The content of the revolution will always be the conquest of political power by the proletariat and its allies. The way it still assumes is the frontal fight against the class enemy to achieve that goal. In this event, we honor the memory of a revolutionary who, in his thinking and in his practice, became flesh with that idea. Wherever the workers and peasants of Latin America are in struggle for the conquest of power, there will be present Escobedo Che Guevara, teaching them, with their word and their example, that the revolution is the royal path to socialism and, more than that, that there is no revolution outside of socialism. 247. About the state in Latin America 115. In relation to the issue at hand, the emergence of a new state order in Latin America, I will refer to three main issues. The first has to do with the modes of participation of society in structures and in the exercise of power, that is, with democracy. The second, with the ability of that society to formulate and implement policies according to their own interests, which concerns autonomy and, therefore, dependence. The third issue, in short, is raised in the perspective of the future of Latin America, in the context of the transformations through which the world passes at this end of the century. Popular power and social movements. Contemporary democratic struggles in Latin America have been strongly influenced by the changes that she has experienced in their socio-economic formation, especially those that induced the salarization and urbanization on a large scale, and by the international framework of the Cold War, which determined the exacerbation of class struggles and the polarization of political forces. Important manifestations of these struggles have been the radical effort to affirm and expand the participation of the masses in the context of democratic bourgeois regimes, which crystallized in the phenomenon of popular power, and popular resistance to technocratic and military regimes, which gave rise to social movements. Little studied and almost lacking bibliography, the phenomenon of popular power is practically ignored in our sociological and political studies. Emerging spectacularly in the course of the Chilean process of the popular unity, represented an attempt of marginalized workers and popular masses to organize and, simultaneously, to constitute an alternative power to that of the traditional bourgeois state, whose logic stifled the transformative impetus of the left coalition that ruled Chile. His scope of action was eminently local, but his career involved transiting the defense of immediate interests to the approach of national policies. Therefore, their expressions were multiple, starting with the supply and prices boards, through the so-called industrial cords and reaching urban and peasant communal commands, who gathered workers and or peasants, professionals, students, women. Similar phenomenon, although more conjunctural and located, was recorded in those years in countries such as Argentina, Colombia, and Mexico. However, only the socialist orientation regimes, that is, those of Cuba and the Sandinista Nicaragua, worried about rescuing and institutionalizing it. In countries where state repression forced the masses to replication, they took refuge in their last trenches, housing, school, the work premises, and from there developing the struggle for their rights. The new Brazilian, Peruvian trade unionism, Mexican has that seal of origin, as well as neighborhood, environmental, generational, feminist movements. As the bourgeoisie adhered to the mobilizations for democracy and broke out of driving, she stimulated those movements to hurry their specificities and even their corporatism, as a way to move away the masses of the general political struggle. The way, in Brazil, she encouraged with one hand the development of these movements, while with the other she brought to the failure the campaign for the restoration of the direct presidential elections, eloquently illustrates the tactics used by the Latin American bourgeoisie to assume the leadership of the democratization processes. In line with imperialism, the bourgeoisie ended up achieving its goal. The hegemony of that alliance has resulted in the implementation of a democratic liberal cutting project. From the point of view of democratic reconstruction, that project emphasizes the role of parliament, where the bourgeoisie can easily obtain a majority, directly or, what is more frequent, through the political elite at its service. In relation to the role of the state in economic life, the bourgeois imperialist project embraces neoliberalism, in order to adapt the Latin American economy to the interests of the large centers, privatize the social capital that is in the public sphere and limit the ability to intervention in the economy available to the executive, either transfer part of its powers to parliament, either by appropriating the bourgeoisie's supposed rights of private initiative. That process is still ongoing and clashes with many resistances. Indeed, if it is true that the way in which the popular movement has been developed has become an obstacle to its full political statement, the premises for a strategy of struggle for power and for a new society project are provided. 249. Next to its traditional organizations, such as unions, the popular movement today has organs of all kinds, which must have created to ensure its right to education, transport, housing, food supply, light, and water, which give it a much densest tissue than in the past and an unsuspected capacity to understand, manipulate, and control the complex mechanisms of production and circulation of goods and services. Therefore, when the bourgeoisie proposes a model of society that transfers these mechanisms and their control to the market and parliament, instances where she reigns sovereign, the popular movement can oppose her own social regime scheme, based on the organization of the masses based on their immediate interests and in their direct participation in the relevant instances of decision. The experience of Latin American peoples has taught them that the concentration of powers in the hands of the state, when this is not yours, hardly reinforces it as a machine of oppression of the bourgeoisie. Weakening it today, subtracting economic and political force, therefore, interests the popular movement, provided that this implies transfer of attributions and wealth not to the bourgeoisie, but to the people. Thus, the end of protectionist policy is seen with benevolence. Regarding privatizations, the popular movement, without losing sight that public property is always more permeable to its demands than private, is oriented towards the proposal of a social area governed by the principle of self-management and subordination of state instruments of regulation to popular organizations. In the struggle for its democratic proposal, the popular movement has advanced considerably in its ability to specify alliances and brings together large sectors of the population. Since the end of the 80s, the electoral processes, in Mexico, in Brazil, in Argentina, in Peru, in Venezuela, have shown a clear advance of the progressive forces. The one that, in most cases, the governments resulting from these elections have assumed the defense of interests outside the people is the flower of another costal. This has implied a growing divorce between political elites and masses, leading to the democratic liberal project becoming increasingly questioned. The central task of the Latin American left is to formulate a viable alternative to that project and do it together and with the masses. In that context, the historical conquests that the masses have already achieved, within bourgeois society, and capture new institutes will have to be rescued, and translate new institutes. 250. Legal and norms of life, which correspond to a higher society. The left will have to reach, on that basis, its unity, discarding in advance the dogmatic and sectarian approaches that make that unit a starting point, to, conversely, put political and ideological pluralism as a fundamental criterion of a free and solidary social practice. Autonomy and dependence. Regarding the second point, the capacity of Latin American countries to self-determination, it should be remembered that, in the 70s, the decline of American power, vis-a-vis of the socialist bloc and other capitalist centers, opened its way to greater autonomy of Latin American states at the international level. Next to national statement projects such as the Brazil Power or the Great Venezuela, then a vigorous Latin Americanism is developed, which is expressed in the formation of the Latin American economic system, in 1975, and initiatives such as those of the San Jose Pact, through which Mexico and Venezuela seek to alleviate the effects caused by the oil crisis to the Central American countries, or that of the Accountant Group, with which those two countries and Panama try to stop Yankee interventionism in the region. In the 80s, characterized by the American counteroffensive, under the government of Ronald Reagan, and the collapse of European socialism, that situation was drastically modified. Along with this, the partners of the international economic crisis aggravated Latin American problems. The United States replaced, then, as intervention instruments in the affairs of Latin America, the State Department and the Pentagon with its Treasury and Commerce Departments, acting as a consignor with the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. The agreements related to the payment of the external debt service and to loans and financing, particularly those that have been completed with the IMF and the World Bank, tied our governments, fixing to detail, for long periods, the budget policy, the investment plans, the amounts of the social expenses, the levels of the interest rate. When signing them, Latin American governments renounce any claim of independence in the formulation of their policies and have a degree of practically null autonomy. 251. We are thus imposing a policy of functional economic reconversion to the objectives of the great capitalist centers. Within that framework, we are assigned the obligation to supply them with raw materials and manufactures of second or third class, at the expense of the clearing of our productive structures and of our own markets, little matter that this implies turning their backs on the attention of the most elementary needs of the population. At the same time, we are forced to practice a privatization policy, which transfers at the vile price for the hands of large groups, foreigners in their overwhelming majority, companies created with public funds, funds that have been formed by our peoples with enormous sacrifice. The state remains little more than the function of suppressing the masses to guarantee the achievement of these purposes. The leftist and the progressive forces of Latin America do not have an adequate strategy to deal with this problem, nor are we being able to link popular struggles for a true democracy with the project of a more just and independent society. There is a theoretical and ideological vacuum, which becomes the more dangerous the more determined the action of the great international centers and our bourgeoisies to carry out their reconversion policy. However, it is essential to worry about the economic and social effects of that policy. Conversion implies modernizing or simply destroying lower productivity sectors, which negatively impacts employment and contributes therefore to degrade salary. Popular forces fit to act for the implementation of compensatory transition mechanisms, while concluding the construction of a renewed productive park, capable of competing internationally, reducing costs and at the same time raising employment and salary levels. The very reform proposal of the state that has been raised in Latin America must be reviewed. It is no longer to indiscriminately defend your presence in the economy or bait for exacerbated protectionism, that only served, in most cases, to transfer value to private business groups. It is first, to postulate that the state assumes governing role in that new stage of economic development, in order to guide the process and bring together the coupness of national and transnational groups. Also, to ensure that the privatization of state companies does not mean only the transfer of public assets to 252 private hands, through transactions of doubtful seriousness, but leads to growing popular participation in the plane of production and distribution. It is, in short, that the so-called austerity policies really represent the term of resource transfers to the private business sector and simultaneously imply the redirection of state spending towards social policies. In that context, the priority, in addition to health, is education, a sine qua non condition so that the Latin American population is able to adjust to the demands that scientific technical changes entail at the level of production and services, in addition to being a privileged lever for the political and cultural elevation of workers. The future of Latin America. We arrive in our third issue, which refers to the possibility of an integrated and solidarity Latin America before the fields of forces that make up the New World Order. We are not worried about only the emergence of large economic blocs in Europe, in North America, in Asia. We are most concerned about the trends to the transformation of the state order, which, present worldwide, can definitively balkanize the region, if it does not channel them toward superior integration. The first thing to consider is that the economic integration of Latin America is prerequisite indispensable to our integration into the world economy. Only in this way will we prevent, scattered and isolated, to be subject to separate annexations. At that level, and as a way to concentrate our forces, many of the state powers voted to extinction in the national state reform processes, currently in progress. However, for economic integration, it must be clear about the problems it contains. Starting, she should not hide her purpose of achieving a greater specialization of national economies, since you can only integrate what it is to complement. This implies the destruction of the less or non-competitive sectors of some countries for the benefit of others, in addition to involving significant social cost. But joint development, through multinational mechanisms. 253. New productive and services sectors, mainly those that are based on cutting-edge technologies, represents more than sufficient compensation, together with policies to be adopted to minimize social costs. There is an even more relevant aspect, to withdraw the integration of the exclusive competence of governments and the bourgeoisie, through the deployment of a greater initiative by the popular forces, which implies the coordination of efforts in the trade union, social and cultural level, as well as supporter and parliamentary. Integration must cease to be a mere business, intended only to guarantee investment areas and markets, to become a great political and cultural project, as conceived by the best tradition of the Latin American left. This requires that workers, students, intellectuals, women, social and political organizations of the Latin American countries forge the business instruments for the unification of their demands and for the coordination of their struggles in the vindictive level and of the labor legislation, of the educational policy and of the programmatic platforms, and bathe for the inclusion of their representatives in the existing organs or for being created in the framework of the process of integration. Finally, political integration seems to be subject to a double process. It is illustrated by the emergence of a politically unified Western Europe and, in contrast, the overthrow of the powerful and ultra-centralist Soviet state, which has resulted in a multiplicity of new nations, inside and outside the current community of independent states. But in the same Western Europe it is observed that, violently, as in the Basque and Ireland country, or peaceful, as in Scotland and Lombardy, a series of nationalities claim their autonomy. Following the development of the American common market, no one can ensure that autonomous national movements do not come to threaten the territorial integrity of Mexico, with their contrasts between North and South, a danger that also looms over Canada, of weak national consolidation, and even on the United States, where ethnic heterogeneity is accused every day. Considerations of that order are valid for the community in gestation in the Southern Cone, especially Brazil, dilated by the differences that deepen between the southern and northeast regions and amazed by the international interests that are projected on the Amazon. For socio-economic or ethnic reasons, the vast majority of Latin American countries do not seem to constitute exception, with a highlight for Colombia, Peru, and Guatemala. 254. Everything happens as if we were attending at the beginning of the end of the stage, as a necessary and unique expression of affirmation, and denial, of the nationalities that the development of world capitalism stood up. Instead, on the basis of increasing economic and cultural internationalization, derived from capital movements and new transport and communications technologies, the tendency to the constitution of larger international entities and, in apparent contradiction, of minor national entities and more closely linked to the historical, ethnic, and cultural roots of each people, is outlined. International integration and law of nationalities to full autonomy, it seems to be the framework that begins to forge the world tomorrow. In the best tradition of the Latin American left, Bolivar's dream and Che is today retouched by life itself. We can only fight for an integrated Latin America politically and economically, through supranational structures capable of assuring their peoples and ethnicities the right to develop without a clipper. But, both regional and worldwide, the inequality of the subjects that are confronted and the exploitation relationships that underlie the entire process represent a challenge that demands a formidable effort of invention, both more than the same socialism has been questioned. And yet, it seems to be highly unlikely that this new course of history can move forward without the overcoming of capitalism, a social regime that is based on inequality and exploitation. There will be, thus, to review our conception of socialism and, discarding its exclusive identification with the Bolshevik Revolution and its avatars, resume Marx's idea class, which sees socialism as a historical era, the result of a long period of transformations and effective realization of the prominence of the masses. It matters little that, in doing so, we have a touched, modern, postmodern, or simply that we are intended to deny scientific qualification. Science is not a set of procedures aimed at beautifying or scratching reality. It can be dealt with facts, even if it implies losing elegance and getting your hands dirty. The way by which democracy, economic reconversion, and integration in Latin America are being developed, and their reflexes at the level of the political order, are far from corresponding to our desires. This requires us to assume our responsibilities towards the peoples of the region and strive to point them out a better path. 255. The development of world capitalism and its impact in Latin America. 116. As of 1967, the capitalist world entered a long-term crisis, which was unfolded in three phases. There has been much talk about that crisis, and something is known about the strategies implemented by the imperialist centers, in particular the United States, to overcome it. However, the analysis of the crisis, have not considered the fact that this crisis was not only from the capitalist world, but that it had become a truly worldwide process, b. focused on the study of recovery strategies in relation to the capitalist world themselves, and c. they dispensed most of a serious examination of what was happening in the socialist world. In these considerations about the crisis, we will seek not to lose sight of its proper dimension. The stages of the global crisis. In that sense, we distinguish a first phase, which goes until the early 80s, marked by serious and recurring recessions in imperialist countries. Since the end of the 70s, more precisely since 1978, the formulation of reconversion strategies is recorded, at the level of the large branches, which involve measures of modernization and contemplate large technological investments, while the competition between large economic groups is exacerbated there. The bankruptcies, mergers, and interfirmas agreements follow each other and assume brutal character during the recession that the capitalist centers crossed in 1980-1982. During that phase, the growth of the socialist countries was stated and the progress of industrialization was accelerated in them. This is how, compared to an average annual increase of 3.9% of world production, in the 70s, the USSR and Eastern Europe grew at an average annual rate of 5%, at the same time, its participation in world industrial production, which was 18.6% at the beginning of the 1970s, reaches almost a quarter in 1980. However, it should be noted that in the USSR, during the 70s, economic expansion loses speed in relation to the previous decade, 7.1% annual in the 60s and 5.6% in the 70s. In turn, dependent countries have been unequally affected by the capitalist crisis. Considering the relatively more developed group, some, as South Africa and India, see their growth rate fall, being below the world average, while others, mainly South Korea and Brazil, increase their production at very high rates. This inequality explains the modest progression of the participation of dependent countries in world industrial production, from 8% to almost 10%, between 1960 and 1970. The spring of the growth of dependent countries and the European socialist bloc was precisely the crisis that the capitalist centers lived. Implying there a capital over-accumulation, she caused the search for new investment fields and resulted in large investment flows in the direction of those countries, while opening this space in the world manufacturing market. It is what explains the remarkable growth of countries such as RDA or Poland, as well as the crystallization of the undergroundist phenomenon or, if preferred, of the so-called NICs. It was from there that the centers were made possible to design their recovery strategy, based on the development of new branches of production and services using cutting-edge technologies. The recession of the beginning of the last decade changed that situation. Hitting the central countries between 1980 to 82, she also affected international trade, taking it for the first time to a contraction. On the other hand, although it still remained strong in the first years of that phase, the capital movement begins to lower from 82 and, for dependent countries, it is only half in 1984, precisely when the load represented by the service of the debt contracted in the 70s became overwhelming. All precipitated, even the NICs, to the recession from 1981, only in 1984 they undertake a difficult recovery, under the breath of the resume in centers and world trade. This recovery was necessary to do in a new international context and under the pressure of the imperialist centers for conversion, as we will see. The recession of the beginnings of the 80s also dragged, for the first time, the socialist countries, with the exception of China. The expansion of the 70s now charged its price, carried out on the basis of the extension of its productive parks, without greater technological innovation, and in increasing dependence on the world market. Those countries were seen to arms with obsolete productive structures and an onerous external debt. Your participation in international trade. 257. He faced acute competition with dependent countries, particularly the NICs, focusing mainly on exchange lines characterized by excess supply and low prices. On the other hand, the preceding economic expansion, with the consequent growth of employment and salary, together with an accelerated urbanization, put their governments under the pressure of consumption expectations that have become impossible, the more than the current regimes were unable to give the people an ethic and a scale of values other than those that engendered capitalism. Let us point out, in passing, that China followed a different path and reaped other results. After the outcome of the Cultural Revolution and the defeat of Maoism, the leadership focused on the modernization of the country, but, at the same time that establishes better relations with the capitalist world, it refuses an unrestricted openness and rejects the debt policy proposed by international capital. Although in front of popular pressures, predominantly political, the government and the party seem far from the difficulties they present in the USSR and Eastern Europe. This is due in large part to the economic policy followed, but also, without a doubt, the best league achieved between communist ideals and the country's cultural tradition. The emergence of a new world. The second half of the 1980s presents, as a distinctive sign, the growing reaffirmation of the power and prestige of central capitalism, in front of a socialist Europe in crisis and the reconversion efforts of the dependent countries. Let's start with central capitalism, which seems to have entered a new cycle. Even the current, soft and controlled recession, and, by the way, already surpassed in the United States, points in that direction, as if it were to put the house in order and prepare the large centers to better exploit the opportunities that open, in Eastern Europe, the Middle East and Asia, mainly. In those years, together with moderate GDP growth in central countries, world trade expands in a sustained way. Since '83, fixed investment maintains high levels there, highlighting in it which refers to machines and equipment, in particular high technology. Gain rates have a double characteristic, on the one hand, a sensitive 258 recovery, which puts them at their historical level, and on the other, the suppression of the exaggerated rates of Japan, which clearly pointed to obtaining extraordinary profits, conquered on the basis of extreme technological differences. In other words, competition conditions between large centers are normalized, which does not mean that she does not remain fierce. An outgoing feature of the so-called post-industrial capitalist economy is the coexistence of high investment rates with also high unemployment levels. The comparison between Japan and Germany, or all of Europe, shows, once again, that the problem cannot simply be attributed to technology itself, but mainly to social relations. Indeed, despite its high degree of technological modernization, the growth of unemployment in expansion is less intense in Japan than in others. However, and regardless of whether or not capitalism has been admitted to the expansion phase corresponding to a new long cycle, it is undeniable that he has the initiative at this time. In the exercise of this, no country has been more aggressive than the United States. Since 1980, putting into practice the recovery strategies raised at the economic level, American imperialism finds in Reagan the leader indicated to make the rest of the world pay the price of its reinforcement. The systematic devaluation of the dollar, commercial protectionism, capital transfers in their favor, everything has served the United States to pass the account to the central and dependent countries. The latter have been forced to an economic reconversion process, aimed at adjusting them as suppliers of raw materials and second-rank manufacturers to the central countries, under the protection of international financial organizations. As a whole, advanced capitalism violates the international flows of goods and capital, making the expansion of international trade and gathering the mass of resources necessary to carry out the development of new technologies. The participation of dependent countries in the value of world exports, which had evolved from 18.4% in 1970 for 28.6% in 1980, falls in 1986 for 20.6%. To do this, the pricing of the goods exported by the dependent and socialist countries to the capitalist centers attended, with the fact that, for them, the unit value would decrease in almost a fifth and allow them, then, with the same amount in money, buy more 20.5% of physical goods. At the same time, countries 259. Centrals concentrated the commercialization of high-tech goods and high added value, such as electronic products. The same did with capital money, which concentrated more and more in the central countries, be in the form of direct investments, be under loans and financing. The socialist countries of Europe suffer, as we saw, the impact of the crisis in the 80s, and are subjected, with the exception of the former USSR, at the pressure represented by the debt service. The ascension of Gorbachev, in 1985, will mean a turn in Soviet politics, derived from the growing lag before capitalism and popular pressures in favor of the flexibility of bureaucratic structures of power and better living conditions. Kerensky transvestite from Lenin, Gorbachev announces a deep reform of Soviet socialism, which would not threaten in principle its foundations, and initiates the approach to central countries. The thaw opened field to answering sectors, previously reduced to groups of intellectuals, and made a said reformist sector emerge in the party bureaucracy, which, adapting a populist position, grew rapidly and then gacked positions of power. His most notable gesture was to cause the disappearance of the USSR. Soviet reformism hides less and less its anti-socialist orientation and its fascination with capitalism. His penetration in a depolitized and repressed working class is undeniable. Faced with him, the sectors that have objective interest in socialism are raised, in particular the bureaucracy linked to the management of the state sector, and the military, of more rigid training, in addition to marked by the ideology of the Cold War. Regarding international politics, Gorbachev, together with the reduction of the arms arsenal, initially tried to guide similar reforms in Eastern Europe. However, depoliticization there is greater, the roots of weakest socialism and the strongest nationalisms, in addition to the fact that they became, to a large extent, against the Soviet Union itself. It is not surprising, therefore, that Gorbachev was dragged beyond what was proposed and, insisting on the URSS decompromisation policy with respect to the anti-socialist movements of the region, ended up opening the door to the fall of the Berlin Wall. He would go further to vote, in the United Nations Security Council, the resolution that left the United States free to intervene militarily in the Persian Gulf. 260. Implications of the Gulf War. The Gulf War represented the culmination of the power strategy implemented by the United States as of 1980, which had already generated events such as interventions in El Salvador, in Grenada, and Panama, as well as the extension of the U.S. military presence to countries in South America, under the pretext of fighting drug trafficking. After encouraging Saddam Hussein's adventurism, the Bush government would be worth it to regiment the support of the whole of imperialist countries and unleash one of the most brutal wars of this half-century, the only one that came in fact to contemplate the possibility of 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 the possibility. Unlike what would happen in the previous interventions, the United States achieved to the set of imperialist countries behind it, for which the United Nations seal collaborated that could be printed, and despite the initial reluctance of Japan, France, and Germany. It was affirmed as the only world superpower, ratifying the division of labor that, since the Second War, had imposed in the imperialist field and lowering the military position of the Soviet Union, without accepting the late attempts of the latter to moderate the effects of the mandate that consented to grant him on the UN. With this, he advanced in the sense of configuring a world system that combines, on the one hand, the economic and political multipolarity and, on the other, its military supremacy. The tendency of that new world system is to express itself through the United Nations Security Council, which is configured as a kind of executive organ, dominated by the 5 countries that have a permanent seat and veto power there, next to a parliament formed by the General Assembly, whose decisions are not imperative. The Court of The Hague, also without resolutive power, flanks that structure that, inspired by bourgeois political doctrine, wants to impose everyone, and in particular dependent countries, a kind of world government. This puts the discussions again on the table that, at the beginning of the century, raised the question of superimperialism. 261. However, the economic homogeneity that should undergo the superstructure is not present, by virtue of the fragmentation of the world economy in large blocks having the United States, Japan, and the German-France duo as an epicenter. Beyond the fierce competition it establishes internationally, this validates the transformations carried by the crisis, and in particular the centralization of the capital that she led. This is not the time to reach definitive conclusions. We lack, for this, the perspective, information and, above all, the theoretical framework indispensable for the construction of a new worldview. But there is no doubt that it is necessary to try a renewed analysis, based on the assumption that we are really entering a historical stage in which things are announced radically different from what we knew so far. Given the failure of the dogmas and the mediocrity of bourgeois theories, creative Marxism is presented as the effective tool to carry it out. Conversion and integration in Latin America. It is possible to turn your eyes for what is happening in Latin American countries. We have stated that dependency is a relationship of political subordination between capitalist nations. From another point of view, she corresponds to a peculiar form of capitalism, which arises based on the global expansion of a system that configures various forms of exploitation. Dependent capitalism represents, in that context, a type of capitalism in which, given the class relations that are established there, based on the superexploitation of work, the contradictions become more acute, configuring it, then as the weak link of the system. That is why more dependent capitalist development, more social contradictions and greater development of the class struggle. Since the 80s, on the basis of the defeat suffered by the left and the subordination of mass movements to bourgeois hegemony, neoliberal policies have been imposed. They apply today from Mexico to Argentina, with the destruction from the production park built by Latin American countries after the 30s, the extension of unemployment, the reduction of wages and the refusal of the state to meet the basic needs of the population in education, health, housing, and social security. 262. The objective is to force the economic reconversion of the region to adapt it to the requirements of the imperialist centers, in front of which it is called to produce and export primary goods and manufactures of second class and import industrial goods of higher technology. With small variation, it is about implanting an international labor division scheme similar to the one in the 19th century. The Latin American countries in which there is a relatively developed industrial bourgeoisie, although they consider inevitable and, to some extent, desirable integration into the hegemonized bloc by the United States, try to reach it negotiating the conditions and reserving some autonomy to take advantage of other economic blocs. The relative weight of that bourgeoisie, in front of which it bases its activity on the export of agricultural and mineral raw materials, determines the degree of firmness in the implementation of that policy. This is emerged even more strongly when the industrial bourgeoisie becomes a modern fraction, linked to new technologies applied to production and services. Given the subordination to which the popular movement is subjected, the conditions of negotiation of governments are lower as the industrial bourgeoisie is weak and the direct presence of transnational capital is strong. Be it individually, as in the case of Mexico, be grouped, these negotiations are carried out within the framework of the policy delineated by the United States, which was enunciated by Bush with the name of Initiative of the Americas. The absence of the people in that process weakens governments and threatens to make integration somewhat extremely negative, while the passivity of the left implies to let a magnificent opportunity pass to advance Latin American integration, which has traditionally been one of its most felt slogans. 263. Some conclusions. The importance that international issues and their direct impact on national life win today must lead us to revalue their study and lay the foundations for authentic Latin American policy. Central element is in this the issue of world government. On this level, the key is in the democratization of the UN, which includes, among other points, imperative character for the resolutions of the General Assembly and the opinions of the Court of The Hague, election by the General Assembly of all members of the Security Council, as well as the managers of specialized organizations, limitation of the powers and privileges of the Security Council, with the term of the right of permanence and veto, the institution of the principle of rotation for all positions and the fixation of annual mandates, exclusive competence of the General Assembly for the adoption of measures that imply economic blocking, military action or any type of violation of the principle of non-intervention in member countries. A second line of action refers to continental integration. Cabenos propose an integration project that goes beyond the mere business. For us, integration will be economical, yes, but also political and cultural. This implies fighting for the implementation of institutions that ensure effective popular participation, beginning with the direct election of national representatives to the Latin American Parliament and continuing with the active presence of workers, students, intellectuals, and women in those organs that deal with matters of their interest. Within the framework of the restructuring of the world economy, it seems unreal to oppose the narrowing of ties with the United States. However, raising the integration into the indicated molds, we will be ensuring that she does not come to be but an annexation disguised. At the same time, it is necessary to fight for participation in the bloc headed by the United States, not to imply clipping into the development of an independent Latin American policy in international organizations and a limitation to establishing relations with other blocs, according to national and regional conveniences. These are some of the initiatives to adopt so that we can think of a better future. Memory 117. The world of tomorrow is our world. In His name, we demand that the great sacrifices and forced resignations be made and the general incorporation. Warning. This text was written to respond to an academic demand from the University of Brasilia. Its objective is to account for my intellectual and professional life, which is why personal or political references included here have the purpose of mere contextualization. At no time I thought about the possibility of its publication and limited their circulation to people for whom the work can, in my view, present some interest, family and closest friends, as well as students who manifested special curiosity about my work. 1. The beginning. I was born in 1932. For my origin, I am a product of the deep trends that determined the emergence of modern Brazil that emerged in that decade. My father was the first son of an artisan tailor from Genoa and a peasant from Calabria, who already brought him conceived by emigrating to Brazil. In 1888, my mother, the youngest daughter of a traditional family of landowners in the state of Minas Gerais, still changed, with my grandfather, her hacienda near Light for Barbacena, after the bankruptcy she suffered with the abolition of slavery, and there she attended the dilapidation of the remains of her fortune in meals and dinners that usually gathered no less than 20 people. Professor of mathematics at the local agricultural school, my father, after marriage and stimulated by my mother's energy, socially ascended, licensed in law and entering, through public tender, to the caste of the then called Princes of the Republic, the consumer tax inspectors. Liberal in his youth, he adapted, although more for personal and family ties, to the local clan linked to the new state and, later, to the Social Democratic Party. The image he left was that of a simple, severe, and surprisingly honest man, if the temptations to which he was exposed by his position are considered. I moved to Rio de Janeiro, in 1950, to prepare for the admission exam at the School of Medicine, after having received a good training that public education provided, mainly in the humanistic field. In 7 years of basic education at the Barbacena State College, I studied 4 Latin and 7 of Portuguese, including 2 years dedicated to Brazilian and Portuguese literature, and I learned to read English, French and Spanish, obtain a good base in mathematics, history and geography, and somewhat outdated knowledge in physics, chemistry, and biology. The trip to Rio de Janeiro changed my plans. Although, in the preparatory course for admission to the School of Medicine, I updated me in physical and natural sciences. They were not my strong, and compared to the attractions that the city offered me in the field of cinema, theater, beaches, and bohemia were losing. The experience of a provisional employment, as an eventual worker in the demographic census of that year, made me feel the taste for independence and, when I left my studies, led me to occupy minor positions, successively, in the central Brazil, staying translations, in general of English, matters for newspapers and news agencies or comic strips, galleys review, etc., allowed, without great economic trouble, to give me my greatest passion, books. In addition to the life experience I acquired, far from the paternal house and the circle of childhood friends, in those years I could dedicate myself to complete my training, mainly in literature, poetry and theater, history and philosophy. Only in 1953 I would worry about my school training again. But the vocation to human sciences did not have easy options. The teaching of economics was barely started and confused a lot, transition with which, in Brazil, we never totally break, with accounting. The faculty of philosophy did not open more horizon than to be a professor of secondary education. The great humanistic training center, in the river of that time, continued to be the national law faculty of the University of Brazil. It went there where I went. 266. Of the courses that do not forget the bright classes of Hermes Lima, as well as those of Pedro Calman, the latest, less substantive, and the fascinating exhibitions, although dark and somewhat confusing, of a teacher of whose name I do not remember me, which replaced Leonidas de Rezende in the chair of political economy. I was a student of the night course, the most politicized and to which more mature people attended, many already successful in his profession, and it was with my colleagues with whom I learned the most. It was particularly in the Candido de Oliveira Academic Center, which was the heart of the faculty and maximum expression of the student movement of the 50s, where ideas and inclinations assumed a more outstanding profile and faced determination. This student movement made the supreme effort of supplying the purely democratic ideology of the previous decade, Forge a Country project, in the heat of nationalist and developmental campaigns. Despite the distance I kept from them, irritated, like all the independents of the left, with their instrumentalist and arrogant practice, justice must be done to the communists who militate there, who, regardless of how minority and sectarian they were, much taught me about Brazil and about the world. But it was the study of human sciences that interested me, and the national law could not give more than I was giving me. It was when the Getulio Vargas Foundation, with the support of the OAS, decided, after having carried out with an experimental group, to take a great step in the implementation of the Brazilian School of Public Administration, opening income exams, throughout the country, for young people who were willing to give comprehensive time, which would receive a scholarship of studies. The EBAP itself offered, in Rio de Janeiro, a practical that I studied and that helped me approve the exams in the first place, which guaranteed me the scholarship. A lever allowed me to obtain a salary enjoyment permission from the IAPI to attend the course, which was considered of service interest. A new time opened in my training. New era in every way. Before the traditionalist and rarefied intellectual climate that deprived at the university of that time, the EBAP opened a wide space to the social sciences and recruited its teaching body among the youngest intellectuality, that the Mandarin University excluded, or abroad. Outstanding figure was Alberto Guerreiro Ramos, professor of sociology, irreverent critic of everything that smelled like an incorrigible eclectic, open to the new ideas that originated from Bandung and the 267. Eclac, his influence on me, in those years, was absolute. Different, but also decisive, was the influence exerted by Julian Chassel, professor of economics, rigorous, orthodox, whose shyness bordered on aggression and that just came from France to start an irreproachable academic career. To François Gazier, who would be the first director of the future Institute for Economic and Social Development Studies, from Paris, and who was a professor of political science, in addition to his always exact and well-founded classes, I owe my initiation in the rules of the method of analysis and exhibition, the most genuine product of the French genius. Among many other names to mention, it is fair to register those of Marcos Almer Madeira, thanks to whom I met the courses and teas of the Brazilian Academy of Letters, Mari Alice Pessoa, who, in an Americanized Portuguese, sought to transmit his unwavering faith in Boas, Linton, and Herskovitz, Mario Faustino, always effervescent of life, malice, and irony, José Rodrigues de Sena, admirable human figure, and, last but not the least, Benedito Silva, director of the school, whose dedication to the generous project that she represented was not fully understood for me, at that time. The EBAP gave me what I was looking for, that is, the possibility of starting seriously in the study of social sciences. In the second year of the course, I started teaching as an assistant professor at Guerreiro Ramos, in his course in sociology, at the Public Service School of the Administrative Department of the Public Service. It does not mean that the administrator diploma that she would give me had, for me, some importance, and, before concluding the course, I will worry how I could move on. The guidance and personal support of Guerreiro Ramos directed me for France, whose government obtained a scholarship, based on my request by Gazier and by Michel de Brun, who replaced him. I undertook the trip in September 1958, to study at the Institute of Political Studies of the University of Paris, the famous Sciences-Po. But not before doing an interesting experience in research, thanks to José Rodrigues de Sena, who, as a boss, at that time, of the Petrobras research sector, gave me the opportunity to carry out, in the north and northeast of Brazil, the national research that he directed on the living conditions of the workers of the company. The past 2 years in France completed, practically, my training. In addition to that, they allowed me to meet other countries during the holidays, Germany, Italy, England, Switzerland, as well as provinces of France. 268. They led to rounding my artistic and literary culture and to go into direct contact, as a student, with the most notable figures of the French social sciences of the time, in Sciences-Po IETA and the Collège de France. Thanks to the impulse given by Jean Baby and André Love, I could do, for the first time, the reading of Hegel and the systematic study of Marx's work and deepen the study of Marxist authors, Lenin mainly. In those 2 years I could live with the student and cosmopolitan world of Paris, and from there enriching friendships with Algerians, Peruvians, American, Mexican, Danes, Moroccans, German and, naturally, Brazilians and French were born. The period that I spent in France coincided with the rise of the developer theory in Latin America and Brazil, with which I had already familiar with the EBAP, thanks to Guerreiro Ramos, having even closely attended the process of formation of the ISB, and with its diffusion in the French Academy, with Ballandier as a pontiff. At the same time, that was the time when decolonization was dramatically lived by France, through the defeat in Indochina and the radicalization of the Algerian War, causing ruptures inside the political and intellectual groups, a phenomenon that I accompanied with a live interest. Even more than, in my environment, I lived with young Algerian militants, Cambodians, and Vietnamese Black Africa colonies. The theories of development, in vogue in the United States and in European centers, were revealed, then, as they really were, instrument of mystification and domestication of the oppressed peoples of the Third World and weapon with which imperialism sought to face the problems created in the post-war period by decolonization. It began, then, my departure with respect to ECLAC, strongly influenced, in addition, by my growing approach to Marxism. That took me, even in France, to make contact with the group that edited, in Brazil, the Socialist Movement magazine, an organ of the youth of the Socialist Party, in particular with Eric Sachs, with whom I would come to establish, on my return, a great friendship and whose experience and political culture influenced me strongly. That group, with its main aspects in Rio de 269, Janeiro, São Paulo, and Belo Horizonte, would later constitute the Marxist Revolutionary Organization, Workers' policy, the first expression in Brazil of the revolutionary left that emerged throughout Latin America. I must observe that the interest that the Cuban Revolution aroused in France, giving rise to an intense coverage of the press and the publication of significant books, such as Sartre's, was much greater than the one verified in Brazil, a fact that I found with surprise, when returning. This situation was only modified after the attempt of American invasion and the consequent Cuban position in favor of Marxism and the USSR. The gestation of the Brazilian and Latin American revolutionary left, particularly in Argentina, Peru, Venezuela, and Nicaragua, is not, as intended, effect of the Cuban Revolution, but part of the same process that originated it, independently that, in the 60s, it goes on to exert a strong influence. In mid-1960, I returned to Brazil and resumed my position in the IAPI, going to work in the organization sector and personnel management methods that, under the direction of José Rodrigues de Sena, then dedicated himself to the mechanization of the personnel file. Despite being considered a gratified function, the salary was not high and forced me to look for other income. As of September, I became the correspondent of the night shift at the Cuban News, directed by Errol Duwal, whom I became a friend, and there I stayed for a year. It was in that condition that I accompanied, sometimes working until the early morning, the government of Jânio Quadros, the crisis of his resignation and the first phase of the government of João Goulart, Jango. On the other hand, carried by Aloysio Lita Phil Martins. Together, we made a student newspaper that made a time, for its vibrant style, the novelty of the issues, the direct approach and even for its graphic presentation, which would influence the process of renewal of the great press, which took place later. In Latin press and in O Metropolitan I made my journalistic learning, actually turning one of the facets of my intellectual vocation that would continue to develop in the future. 270. As a registration, I must remember that, in one of my rare reporting works, I covered, for the Latin press, the National Campesinos Congress, held in Belo Horizonte in 1961, and I made public, through O Metropolitano, the death struggle that was locked between the Brazilian Communist Party and the peasant leagues of Francisco Julião, one of the strengths of the masses of the masses of the masses. This matter, in addition to surprising by the novelty, when brought to light matters from the left, favored the development of the ideological and political struggle then in progress, when explicitly turned it. In April 1962, the University of Brasilia was created, under the enthusiastic direction of Darcy Ribeiro, surrounded by notable figures, such as Anísio Teixeira, Oscar Niemeyer, Claudio Santoro, and a plethora of newly graduated intellectual Santos, José Paulo Sepúlveda Pertzi. Breaking with the immobility and mandatory habit of the traditional university, the UNB presented a novelty in its legal conception, becoming a foundation, which extended its independence with respect to the state, and adopting the labor regime of labor laws, which sought to avoid the bureaucratization of the teaching staff, in its organic conception, based on departments and institutes, instead of chairs and faculties of the traditional university, in its pedagogical conception, which privileged teaching work, through major and minor classes, the teaching investigation relationship, the impulse to free courses, debates and seminars and the opening of postgraduate courses, in her conception of research, which valued the regional environment, and in her conception of the university social relationship, which led her to open abroad, promoting extension courses and, even, professional training and union training. Integrating in UNB in September 1962, as a teaching assistant, in 1963, I would become an assistant professor. I had then one of the richest experiences of my academic life, be it as a teacher, teaching Introduction to Political Science and Political Theory, at the level of graduation with Victor Nunes Loyal, Lincoln Ribeiro and Theotonio dos Santos, and co-directing the seminar of postgraduate on Brazilian ideology, be a student, preparing my doctoral thesis on Bonapartism in Brazil, b. participating in the diverse activities that the university promoted, both internally and in extension, it is, finally, living with the mentioned colleagues, in addition to others such as André Gunder Frank, who arrived in 1963. I must point out that, although I already had a restless and original thought, formed in the heat of his contact with Paul Baron, Paul Sweezy, Harry Huberman, in Monthly Review, it was then that Frank, absorbing the new theoretical elements that arose in the left Brazilian revolutionary, he muttered the theses that he would present, in a provocative and bold manner, in his Capitalism and Underdevelopment in Latin America 118, published in 1967, a book that represents a framework of what would be called theory of dependence. Actually, and contrarying generally admitted interpretations that see the theory of dependency as an academic byproduct and alternative to the eclat developer theory, she has its roots in the conceptions that the New Left, participating in Brazil, although its political development was greater in Cuba, Venezuela, and Peru, elaborated to deal with the ideology of communist parties. Eclat only became white to the extent that the communists, who had dedicated themselves to history and sociology, began to rely on the Seclan thesis of the deterioration of the relations of change, of structural dualism and the viability of autonomous capitalist development, to sustain the principle of the democratic bourgeois revolution, anti-imperialist and anti-feudal inherited from the Third International. Contrary to that, the New Left characterized the revolution as, simultaneously, anti-imperialist and socialist, rejecting the idea of the predominance of feudal relations in the field and denying the Latin American bourgeoisie ability to direct the anti-imperialist struggle. It was in Brazil of the first half of the 60s that this ideological confrontation assumed a more defined profile and that sufficiently significant propositions arose to open a way to a theoretical elaboration, capable of facing and, in its time, defeating the Eclason ideology, not being the reason for surprise the prominent role that in that process performed Brazilian or linked intellectuals, in some way, with Brazil. On the theoretical level, that would only come to bear all its fruits after the military coup of 1964, when, limited in its militancy, the young Brazilian intellectuality would find time and conditions to devote itself fully to academic work and would see, in fact, convened to that because of the situation that happened to live in all of Latin America, ravaged by the counter-revolution. At the beginning of the decade, theorization was still closely linked to political combat and successes or failures were measured through very specific indicators. In the case of UNB, it is important to note that the revolutionary left was constituted in a main force of the nascent student movement of Brasilia under the hegemony of the Federation of Students that was created, unpublished fact in Brazil and Latin America, from a significant teaching movement, which deflagrated, in 1963, the first strike of university professors that we have news, which culminated in the training of a pioneer association of teachers, in whose direction the New Left was absolutely majority. It would be a mistake to think that she was restricted to the university. The New Left was linked to military trade unionism then on the rise, mainly with the movement of the sergeants and with the labor movement itself that was constituted in Brasilia, to the point that, in the I-Trade Union Congress of Brasilia, in 1963, it was able to overcome the PCB, losing by little margin. My stay in Brasilia was sharply cut by the 1964 coup. At that time I was in Rio, knowing that ceased, together with other 12 professors, to the first extent taken by the dictatorship against the university. After avoiding falling in prison in May, he finally fell, in July, in the hands of the Marine Information Center. In September, benefited by the habeas corpus of the Supreme Federal Court, I was kidnapped by the Navy and delivered to the Army, in Brasilia, due to another process that had been opened there. I repeated the military STF justice itinerary and obtained, in December, a new habeas corpus that, this time it was respected. Although for a short time, if I had not left the city, discreetly, hours after my release, I would have been arrested again. After a period of clandestinity of almost 3 months, when the police military pressure on my colleagues and my family increased, about to force one of my brothers to also enter the hiding, I asked asylum at the Embassy of Mexico, in Rio de Janeiro, and traveled for that country a month later. 273. To the first exile. I didn't know anyone there. But, at the airport, I was awaited for the small group of asylums that I lived in the country, a 20s, which provided me, as well as the Mexican authorities, a comforting reception. Among the many friends I made, in addition to Maria Seals, a combative militant of the peasant leagues, with whom I shared the asylum in the embassy, I remember, with special affection, by Carlos Taylor, historical communist, a man of great heart and straight in character, who was president of the National Union of Public Servants in Brazil and that, after good services provided to Mexico, came to die of Brazil in 1978, Alvaro Faria, whose relatively advanced age at all decreased his enthusiasm for philosophy and politics, and thanks to whom I made friends with Rodolfo Puigros, exiled in Mexico many years before, and that he taught, in the School of Economics of the UNAM, the only course of Marxism of that university, and Claudio Colombani, student of engineering of Sao Paulo, who made me understand how great PCB the revolt against reformism and accommodation of its direction. I also reunited André Gunder Frank, then a professor at UNAM, who facilitated the first contacts with Mexican political intellectuals and militants. After 15 days of my arrival and after suffering a disappointment, Pablo González Casanova, one of the few intellectuals he knew in his name and received me with love and solidarity, left the direction of the Faculty of Political and Social Sciences, of the UNAM, and was replaced by Enrique González Pedreiro, who simply did not receive me, obtained, through Mario Ojeda Gómez, then director of the Center for International Studies College of Mexico, who, in addition to warmly supportive, was a Brazilian enthusiast, a place in the institution. Among the colleagues of whom I keep better memories, in those early days of the school, are, in addition to Ojeda himself, Olga Pellicer de Brody, former companion of Science Expo, Rafael Segovia, whose skepticism and irony prompted rigor, Victor Urquidi, illustrious developer, but capable of respecting the right of opinion, Roque González Salazar, intelligent man full of joy of living, and, mainly, José Thiago Sintra, whom he knew superficially in Brazil and that he was in a postgraduate degree in Eastern Studies, and who ended up becoming one of my most beloved friends. 274. The first task I did was write an article for the accredited magazine of the CEI, International Forum, about recent events in Brazil. The interpretations of then on the coup of 1964, in addition to considering it a simple cuartelizo, presented it essentially as a result of the U.S. intervention, a foreign body, in a way, or, as Leonel Brizola said, a ray in the blue sky, to the internal logic of Brazilian life. My point of view was radically opposite. The action of the United States in Brazil could not be understood as oblivious to national reality, but as a constitutive element, and could only become effective to the light of the class struggle in the country, which ended its roots in the economy and determined the political game, and of which the armed forces were full part. Based on the little information based on facts and statistics that I could obtain, completed by my direct knowledge and by my experience, I dedicated the first 2 months in school to the demonstration of that thesis, and that work resulted in my article Contradictions and Conflicts in Contemporary Brazil, the Polip, made in March 1965. Having passed through the criticism of Segovia, the article had its approval by the editorial board of the International Forum thanks to the weight of Urquidy's opinion, which declared, finally, read something that allowed him to understand what happened in Brazil. The importance of this article was to raise the explanation of the POS 1930 Brazilian process, considerably influencing subsequent analyses. The echoes of that influence can be perceived in most of the studies that were later written on the subject, except in authors who quote me explicitly that nevertheless others do not do so. At the school level, the article gave me prestige and motivated my inclusion in the editorial corps of International Forum, where I remained until the institution left in 1969. 275. Stimulated by the impact of that essay, both in school and outside, and seeking to penetrate the deep nature of Brazilian events, I wrote 2 others, in addition to minor works, published in trade union and student bodies, of which the most important was the magazine Solidarity, edited by the Mexican Union of Electricians, then one of the most powerful and most advanced in Mexico. The first of the essays, increasing a suggestion of Frank in the sense that I wrote something for Monthly Review, was dedicated, no longer to the class struggle process from which the military coup had resulted, but to its deep economic causes and its consequences, particularly at the Latin American level. Written in Spanish, it was published, in 1965, in New York, with the title Brazilian Interdependence and Imperialist Integration, and the original version appeared in Spanish selections of Monthly Review, which was then published in Buenos Aires. In this essay, modifying the approach, I raised in the foreground the transformations of the world economy in the post-war period and its impact on the economy of Brazil and in the differentiation of its bourgeois class, to examine, in the light of those phenomena, Brazilian foreign policy in the 60s and its implications for Latin America. That study had 3 important results. First, it promoted the overcoming of the merely institutional approach, and, often, legal, preponderant in the analysis of Latin American foreign policy, motivating scholars to investigate their economic and class determinations. Second, he aroused greater attention to the change operated in capital movements in the post-war period, with an advantage for direct investments in the industry, thesis that would be constituted in one of the pillars of the theory of dependence, mainly due to the implications of the phenomenon in the internal differentiation of the bourgeoisie, which I pointed out in the article and that sustained the concept of integrated bourgeoisie among other studies. Santos, 1976, mainly his most widespread work The New Character of the Agency, originally written in 1966, and Cardoso and Filito, 1969, first version in 1967, especially his concept of associated bourgeoisie. Third, raised the question of sub-imperialism, which I discussed there. 276. For the first time, and that aroused particular interest in Argentine and Uruguayan intellectual circles, as well as Brazilians who integrated them, thanks to the dissemination that gave my essay their publication in Buenos Aires. This interest would lead to a group linked to the magazine Marca, in Montevideo, in which Vivian Trias and Paulo Schilling stood out, to develop new elaborations on the subject, through which, on the one hand, a slip was operated towards what could be called privileged satellite theory, in substance, of the thesis that I raised, and, on the other hand, it was discovered and the geopolitical doctrine, to the point of turning it into an explanatory key to the phenomenon, which was also far from coinciding with the vision that I had. The second article was thanks to Jesus Silva Herzog, director of the traditional American notebooks, who, at my request, expressed interest in an unpublished article, in the previous line, also written in Spanish. It was published in 1966, with the title The Dialectic of Brazilian Capitalist Development. Unlike the first essay, focused on the Brazilian socio-political process, and the second, more concerned with the articulation of the Brazilian economy with the imperialist system and its implications for Latin America, this third study tried to synthesize the 2 approaches, with the purpose of revealing the great lines of the historical process of modern Brazil and the gestation of the conditions of the socialist revolution. This last aspect illuminated the entire analysis and was, indeed, with the title of The Character of the Brazilian Revolution that the essay was published again, in 1970, in Critical Thinking, the most prestigious Cuban magazine at that time and that stood out for its theoretical and political boldness. At the end of the year of 1965, something happened that deeply influenced my intellectual career. The CEI graduation course included a discipline on Latin America, focused mainly on foreign policy issues, as indicated by its denomination, Diplomatic History of Latin America. At that time, Mexico was still a desert in the field of Latin American studies, as attesting to the fact that, in addition to being the only one in the genre in an international relations course, that discipline was always taught by an American specialist. What happened, in that year, is that the teacher in charge, of known name, but now I do not remember, had a last-minute impediment, creating a 277 problem for normal compliance with the curriculum in 1966. The reasonable prestige he had won at school, added to being Brazilian and having, therefore, some notion of what happened in the Southern Cone, led to the CEI's direction to assume that I was Latin American and request my collaboration for the solution of the problem. This is how I became, in fact, the head of the discipline during the rest of my permanence in school. Actually, except for direct information and superficial notions on the subject, acquired during my stay in France, I did not know much about Latin America. Thus, for about 3 months I dedicated myself to the study of the available bibliography, mainly using the school library, very good in that particular. There, in addition to national studies, mostly classic, and the occasional attempt of more general theorization, I made the unpleasant finding that Latin American studies came essentially from developed countries, mainly the United States, England, and France, in that order, and suffered, in most cases, elitist, who reminded me of the Ballandier courses, in Science Expo. I organized the program, seeking to combine some global formulations with the analysis by countries, excluding Central America and Mexico, not only for being sufficiently, in the case of Mexico widely, treated in other disciplines, but also to avoid political problems. The methodology was, essentially, the one that I developed in my works on Brazil, making foreign policy issues, in addition to being focused from their socio-economic determinations, constituted only a dimension of the knowledge objective built in the course. When necessary, the program introduced the examination of Marxist categories and thesis, because it was in the Marxism that he was based. These modifications made the course title, later, International Problems in Latin America. The success achieved with the students, a particularly brilliant group, is to recognize, and that worked comprehensive time, came to create difficulties with the direction and colleagues of the teaching staff. In their enthusiasm, the students endorsed me, at the same time that they established comparisons between my course and the others, which turned out to be little flattering for them. Worse, they assumed left-wing positions that were in the ivory tower. 278. That the institution was proud to be. I must be honest, my theoretical and political option was always respected at school, while I remained there, and the warm treatment that was dispensed to me was invariable, both in the personal and professional field. But, well Mexican, the CEI's direction took some measures, as, for future groups, dislocate the course of an intermediate position for the end of the curriculum and exert on the students, before they reached my hands, a neutralizing influence. Thus, it is not surprising that, at the time of a new course, in 1968, I would meet a group of students who went down in the history of school under the designation of Cool Generation. The impact of the 1966 course led to the CEI to create, in 1967, a seminar on Latin America, at the postgraduate level, a pioneer in Mexico and, as far as I know, in Latin America, if we discard those that corresponded to international organizations, of more specialized type. In charge of its coordination, I established a flexible program, whose central line was guaranteed by me, but included speakers, either to discuss previously established topics, either to intervene in certain areas of the program, based on its own specialty. In that context, in addition to inviting Mexican and American specialists, I took advantage of the country of Latin American intellectuals, in particular Brazilians, such as Celso Furtado, Helio Jaguaribe, and Octavio Ianni. The course was successful, consolidating my position at school and gave me the possibility of talking with Brazilians about the national situation. I remember, particularly, the discussion that one night had with Celso Furtado, at Café de las Americas, together with José Thiago Sintra. Furtado, on the other hand, defended his thesis of the pasteurization, that is, the setback of the Brazilian economy to the merely agricultural stadium that the Brazilian dictatorship would be promoting. I, for my part, insisting on the central axis of my reflection on Brazil, that is, in the idea that the dictatorship corresponded to the domination of the great national and foreign capital and promoted the country's economy to a higher stage of its capitalist development. Even in 1967, attentive to the meeting held in Mexico on the Mexican proposal for denuclearization of the region, that the Tlatelolco Treaty would result, I wrote, in collaboration with Olga Pellicer de Brody, the article Militarism and Denuclearization in Latin America. In that work, 279. The pair of the complaint about the action of the Brazilian delegation at the conference, which discarded the objective of Mexico and made the treaty some efficiency, showed that this attitude corresponded to the purpose of the dictatorship of developing in Brazil an important war industry, as the basis of the expansionist policy that she carried out. The article was published in Forum International, and caught the attention of the school specialists for the subject and motivated 2 graduation theses at the CEI. 119. At the end of that same year, during a fortnight on vacation, in Zihuatanejo, in response to a request from the Tricontinental magazine of Havana, in the context of the revolutionary mobilization that would be constituted in the central line of Cuban foreign policy in the following years, I wrote the article Underdevelopment and Revolution in Latin America. This would be my best known internationally, be it due to the great dissemination of the magazine, either because of the various reissues that it was subject. They highlight, among these, that of the Spanish edition of Monthly Review, that of the reading elaborated by Bolívar Echeverría and published in Berlin under the title Critique de Bürgerlichen and el Nuevo Latin American Marxism. This essay, which reflects the essentials of the investigations that I had been carrying out since the end of 1965, summarizes its content in the initial statement: the history of Latin American underdevelopment is the history of the development of the world capitalist system, and is dedicated to demonstrating that this development is simply the particular form that the region assumed when integrating into world capitalism. In 1968, at the invitation of Leopoldo Zia, also a professor at the school, who developed the pioneering initiative of creating a Center for Latin American Studies in the Faculty of Philosophy, of the UNAM, I assumed in this one, in addition to the direction of a seminar on Latin America for graduates and postgraduate, the chair of the history of Brazil and its Portuguese background, which had a singum. As it was a 2-semester course, I allocated the first to expose Marxist theory and method, discussing how to apply them to Latin America, and, with that base, the second aimed at the analysis of the economic, social, and political process of Brazil. The interest that aroused the course caused not only a notable increase in the number of students, motivating successive room changes until reaching an auditorium, but also the qualitative modification of students, which began to come from different faculties, both from the area of humanities and exact and natural sciences. Actually, there the student avant-garde of the UNAM met, at the point that, after the repression of the student movement, in October of that year, they made me the suggestion, a little jokingly a little seriously, that it was to impart the course in jail. By pressure of the students, I made a seminar of reading capital. Institutional difficulties made this one in my house, during the Saturday mornings, with the participation of young students and teachers of the school and the UNAM. That unprecedented initiative at that time would bear fruit, as I found when I returned to Mexico in 1972. I knew about the existence of various seminars of that type taught by participants of the student movement of 1968. 1967 and 1968 were, thus, the years in which, after consolidating my position at school, I projected on Mexican intellectual and political circles and started my launch at the international level. In addition, they were years of comfortable economic situation. Indeed, since mid-1966, in the intermediate of his son, my student at school, I met Gonzalo Abad Grijalva, an outstanding official of UNESCO, who directed an organ held by it, the OAS and the government of Mexico, the Regional Center for School Constructions for Latin America - which I joined with the position of educator. Formed by almost totality by architects and engineers and dedicated to eminently technical issues, CONASCHOOL ended up becoming an excellent work environment for me. I made friendships of nostalgic memory and published a couple of articles in the Center magazine. 281. Of these articles, there was one that dealt with the educational issue in Latin America and that served as the basis for my reflections on the subject of student movements, which were then on the rise. I remained in CONASCHOOL until 1969, when, they prepared already to leave Mexico, I presented my resignation. Even in 1968, urged by Claudio Colombani, I started writing non-periodic collaborations for the influential and periodic official El Dia, in the section entitled Testimonies and Documents. In May, excited about the actions of the Brazilian student movement, I wrote an article on a page, in which I analyzed its programmatic motivations and definitions, its dynamics, and its struggle. For reasons never clarified, it was published in August, shortly after the outbreak of the student popular movement that, in July, shook the Mexican establishment to its bases and became one of the most important points of rupture in the history of the country. I uselessly achieved a letter from the newspaper, in which he assumed responsibility for the unhappy coincidence. The fact, signed to my political background, my teaching activity and a public conference, at school, on the Latin American student issue, made the environment that surrounded me, even in my house heavy, in the body of the Ministry of the Interior, in charge of the control of the asylees, I received a frankly hostile treatment. When, in October, government repression took place, with the Tlatelolco massacre, my situation became unsustainable. I opted, then, to interview the highest authority in the matter, the Undersecretary of the Interior. Fria and politely, he gave me the official version of what was happening. The good Mexican boys had been poisoned by foreign agitators and had turned against their country. In the understanding of the government, I was one of the main responsible for what happened. It seemed useless to argue, and I just investigated that meant that the government wanted me to leave the country. You are under the protection of the government of Mexico. However, he would consider his departure as a gesture of collaboration so that things are normal, he replied, with unalterable courtesy. Very good. What time I have? I asked. How, term? You made a decision, nobody is expelling it, it was the answer. 282. After that, direct pressure ceased. Naturally, I sought to demonstrate in practice my intention to fulfill the agreement. After renouncing CONASCHOOL, I reduced my participation in school and moved away from UNAM. Or, at least, I planned to be acting like this. Some time later, it would come to know that, without any demand, it is true, that it was ceased. These institutions had been instructed, in writing, by the Ministry of the Interior in the sense of avoiding my relationship with students. Contacting my friends who were careful in other countries, I achieved opportunities for exit and I ended up opting for Algeria, passing through France. However, to my surprise, the output authorization was denied. Speaking with the same government authority, it justified the refusal due to the existing agreement with the Brazilian dictatorship, in the sense of preventing my trip to exile meeting centers, which also ruled out France, Uruguay, and Chile. Unless renouncing asylum, I would free the Mexican government from any responsibility for my actions. And it was what I would end up doing. Although that process has taken almost a year, it is fair to highlight that, made the verbal agreement with the governorate, I was no longer disturbed. I could, even, without hindrance, maintain a close relationship with the political prisoners released by the dictatorship following the kidnapping of the U.S. ambassador, which Mexico welcomed. Among them, were Vladimir Palmyra and José Dirceu, leaders of the 1968 student movement, in addition to Ricardo Villas. It was, for me, an excellent opportunity to discuss the problems of the Brazilian left, discovering, also, that my essays on Brazil had had a wide clandestine dissemination in the country, even with a mimeographed edition, published by the Metropolitan Union of Students of Rio de Janeiro, under the title Perspectives of Brazilian Economic Situation, of which only many years later I got a copy. A small anecdote reveals how I became known to the young leftist militants and, at the same time, the distant vision they had of me. Upon arriving at the group to Mexico airport, they were surrounded by a strong security device and I could not exchange more than some words with Vladimir, taking advantage to say that I would see it later at the hotel. When he informed his companions, Ricardo Villas, very young, 283. He fell from the heavens, but Rui Mauro Marini really exists? He asked, incredulous, given the unexpected materialization of what was not, until then, more than a name of political formation texts. With my reduced activities, during 1969 I dedicated myself mainly to the directorate of thesis at school. 3 of them became even presented when I was in Mexico, that of Jorge Robledo, Venezuelan, of whom I no longer had news, about the Venezuelan student movement, which was inspired by my concerns on the subject and dealt with the 1958 revolution and the subsequent class struggle, that of René Herrera Zuniga, Nicaraguan, today professor and researcher at the school, whose title I do not remember, on the socio-political process of Nicaragua and the Somoza phenomenon, and that of Carlos Johnson, Mexican-American, who currently gives classes in the UNAM, on the internal coherence of the movement of non-aligned countries, measured through voting in the UN. I left those of Ricardo Valero Becerra, Mexican, who would have a brilliant career in diplomacy and politics, on the foundations and tendencies of Brazilian foreign policy, dedicated to the exam Mexico. Also in 1969, in response to an invitation by Pablo González Casanova, then director of the Institute of Economic Research of the UNAM, I participated in the book for him organized, Sociology of Economic Development, in agreement with the Center of UNESCO in Paris. Each section should contain an examination of the trends of the discipline considered and a commented bibliography. I was responsible for the political sociology section. The introductory text was also published, in isolation, in the Colombian magazine Indo-American Development, directed by José Consuegra, in which I collaborated for some time. 120. At the same time, with the enthusiastic support of Claudio Colombani, also in 1969, I dedicated myself to the preparation of a book, based on the works I published in the period, which Arnaldo Orfila Renal, founder and director of the 21st Century, manifested interest. With the 1967 essay on Latin America as an opening, I gathered my studies on Brazil and added an essay on the problem of the left, which is much due to the discussions I had with the political prisoners released, particularly Vladimir Palmyra. Problems of the editor delayed its launch, so that, when that happened, at the end of the first quarter of 1970, I had already left Mexico. Underdevelopment and Revolution is, therefore, a text centered as a priority on the analysis of Brazilian problems that achieved great diffusion in the 70s, with almost annual reissues, and that entered, although losing strength, in the 80s. In my opinion, the interest that aroused is due, in part, to the novelty of the approach, instead as the book in the current of the new ideas that crystallized in the theory of dependency - in part, to the methodology, which sought to use Marxism in a creative way for the understanding of a national Latin American process and, finally, to its political audacity, which broke with the academicism timorate and aseptic validity, until then, in the studies of that nature. The last chapter, which focuses on the problems of the armed left and does so from within, 121, raised an enthusiasm in the young intellectuality and, in general, in the militancy of the left. However, the book came to cause concern in the editors, who, as they had not had prior knowledge of that last chapter, which was delivered by me directly to the printing press, when the impression was already in process, they feared, seeing it published, that the company was compromised. Problems, it is true, the book created them, but in countries like Brazil and Argentina, which requisitioned and destroyed all the referred packages. However, in most Latin America, and in Mexico in particular, the book was a success, which later arrived in Europe. In 1972, the French edition appeared and, in 1974 the Italian edition under the title Il Sottoimperialismo Brasiliano. A contract signed with Penguin Books had no continuity, for reasons that I ignore, but in 1975 the Portuguese edition was carried out, based on the fifth Mexican edition of 1974, corrected and increased. With that book, I closed my first exile, during which, at the same time that I completed my training, I performed professionally. Luis Echeverria's victory in the 1969 elections, who, as Secretary of the Interior, commanded repression of the student movement, and the refusal of France to allow me to enter or go through its territory without documentation. They took me, after having renounced the political asylum, to decide by Chile, where the political situation could facilitate things. In November 1969, I landed in Santiago. 3. The second exile. My entry into Chilean territory was made with some difficulty, resolved by the pressure of friends who were waiting for me, in particular Theotonio dos Santos and Vania Bambura, together with the intervention of politicians, as the then Senator Salvador Allende, and the University of Concepcion and its Student Federation. Indeed, even in Mexico, I had been contacted by its president, Nelson Gutierrez, who knew me for my work and the information of Brazilian friends, among which Evelyn Singer, professor at that university, was located and who had militated with me in Brazil. Gutierrez had communicated me about the existence of a vacancy as a titular professor at the Central Institute of Sociology and had consulted me about my interest in occupying her. As at that time I already considered Chile as a possible alternative to Algeria, I replied affirmatively, and my curriculum was included in the open and approved contest. Thus, I arrived in the country with a contract in hand. I remained in Santiago for about 3 months, taking advantage of the school holidays, and I did not get rid of the city completely because there I kept a small apartment during all the time I was in Concepcion. I did not seduce myself, in effect, the perspective of fixing my residence in this last city, accustomed as it was to the great metropolis, in addition to Santiago, I presented more attractive to me. There were great friends of mine, such as Vania and Theotonio, along with a wide colony of Brazilian exiles who, while I lived in Chile, was formed, at various times, by Darcy Ribeiro, Almano Afonso, Guy de Almeida, José Maria Rabelo, Maria de Conseco Tavares. In a short time, I would make new friends between Chileans and Latin Americans, such as Tomás Vasconi, Inés Rec, Pio Garcia, Orlando Caputo, Roberto Pizarro, Aníbal Quijano, Recanan 286. Also browsing André Gunder Frank, who was a professor at the University of Chile, and his wife, Marta Fuentes. On the other hand, Santiago lived a moment of intense political mobilization, which would result in the weeks immediately at my arrival, in the constitution of Popular Unity, a political front that gathered the leftist forces, with the exception of the revolutionary left movement and in the designation of Allende as his candidate for the presidential elections of the following year. Despite having received a work proposal from the Institute of Administration, with which he had come into contact from Mexico, and have the interest of the Center for Socio-Economic Studies of the Faculty of Economics, of the University of Chile, I moved, in March 1970, to Concepcion. I was willing to stay at least 1 year, in recognition of the request that the Student Federation will express to me. 287. If the politicization level was high in Santiago, he acquired in Concepcion explosive connotations. One of the main cities of the country, of ancient industrial tradition and intimately linked to the mining centers of Lota and Coronel, the cradle of the Communist Party, that city gave rise, in 1965, to a new left-wing force, the mere fraction of the socialist youth, with an outstanding participation of a Trotskyist intellectual current, led by a plethora of bright youth, mainly Miguel Enriquez, Luciano Cruz, and Bautista Vanscoen. With Luciano as president, the Student Federation began, spectacularly, to the university reform, which still stirred the country when I arrived, and that I had launched the MIR at the national level, in 1969, thanks to the adoption, after the break with the Trotskyists, of an active policy of armed struggle. A little younger, Nelson Gutierrez, now former president of the FEC, would end up integrating the leading group, where he stood out for his intelligence, his revolutionary integrity, his inexhaustible thirst for knowledge and his remarkable oratory capacity. In an environment of that nature, it is difficult to distinguish what was academic activity and what was political activity. My personal life was, in a way, annulled, for the sake of an incessant pedagogical practice, in the classrooms, in meetings with militants, during meals, the gatherings in my house, in the visits to leaders and workers' bases of Tomé, Lota, Colonel. At university, I taught various courses, for political and academic motivation, in addition to establishing friendship ties with Juan Carlos Marin, one of the rare Marxist intellectuals really dedicated to issues of military strategy, Alejandro Saavedra, student of the agrarian issue, on which he held extremely original thesis, Luis Vital, who struggled to rescue the history of class struggles in Chile, Guillermo Briones, a political scientist of traditional training, but always open to the new, Julio Lopez and José Carlos Valenzuela, who arrived from Poland, excited about Kalecki, Nestor D'Alessio and others. Among the aforementioned courses, it is worth highlighting that of political sociology, which rescued my experience in Brasilia, sociology of Latin America, in which I capitalized my studies in Mexico, and study and exposure methods and techniques, which had a first version in Coniscal, in order to prepare architects and engineers for the understanding of social issues, and that, in Concepcion, had the purpose of disciplining the reasoning of young militants, training them in research and 288. Prepare them to master different forms of exposure, such as pamphlet, article, oratory discourse, report, essay. I also participated in the social sciences course that the Institute carried out extra walls, in the faculties and schools of engineering, medicine, social service, geology, mathematics, etc., playing, for the university left, the role of an instrument of politicization of less sensitive student sectors. In principle, to socio-political problems, my contribution consisted, mainly, in modifying the pedagogical approach, seeking to transform the course into a political reflection based on the problem of each profession and, as far as possible, in its language. In that context, my written production was quite harmed. During that year, I wrote only 2 texts for publication, the prologue to the Book of Arends and an article entitled Student Movements in Latin America, destined for the newly created magazine of the Institute, Social Science, and which was published in France, in that year, in Temps Moderns, and in Venezuela, in the Rocinante magazine, then editing, later, also in Mexico and in Colombia. The atmosphere of Concepcion, at the same time exalted and suffocating, its provincialism and the election of Allende for the presidency, which opened in the country a political process of great perspectives, led me to accept the invitation of the cessation and move to Santiago, at the end of 1970. In a university that, like that of Chile, still passed through the reform process, the procedures and the nomenclature were fluid, a contest of titles decided classification as a senior researcher. Without subtracting me into the high politicization tide that characterized Chile at that time, I lived there one of the most productive phases of my intellectual life. The formation of the Popular Unity government contributed, in a certain way, for that. Without having paintings for the public administration, the left in power went to look for them in universities. In the cessation, that led to the promotion of young personnel and the incorporation of new members, in most foreign majority, which brought a great renewal. The institution reached the top of its trajectory between 1972 and 1973. In addition to me, Theotonius and Vania, the CIS had Vasconi, Frank, Marta Harnecker, Julio Lopez and, younger, Pizarro, Christian Sepulveda, Jamie Torres, Marco Aurelio Garcia, Alvaro Briones, Guillermo Labarca, Antonio Sanchez, Marcelo Garcia, Amir. 289. Sader and Jamie Osorio, a list to which the Storms would have to be added, Regis Debray, newly released from their arrest in Bolivia, the Cubans German Sanchez and Jose Bell Lara, remote for some time in Havana, after the break applied to critical thinking, and the Mexican Luis Hernandez Palacios, whom he would meet again, time later, when he returned to Mexico. The CIS was, at the time, one of the main intellectual centers in Latin America. The majority of the Latin American, European and American intellectuality, mainly from the left, passed by, participating through talks, conferences, roundtables, and seminars. However, the secret of the intense intellectual life that characterized it and that became the real source of its prestige was the permanent internal practice of dialogue and discussion, institutionalized in the area seminars. The thematic areas were the cells of the institution in the general seminar, and continued in personal relationships, which were based on companionship and reciprocal respect. The political moment that the country lived, which had turned to Santiago the world center for attention and pilgrimage of intellectuals and political, did the rest, in addition to encouraging the development of other academic bodies, such as the Center for Studies of National Reality, of the Catholic University. As the cessation was attached to the Faculty of Economics, I had to teach courses there, although without teaching obligation. I did 3 courses: Introduction to the Social Sciences, whose initial part, formed by 3 classes, resulted in the essay Reason and Unreasonable Marxist Sociology, published in the first issue of Society and Development magazine, launched by the cessation, in 1972, Political Science, and a third, in which students from various faculties participated, militants of the different parties of the left, entitled Change Theory. The latter, which tried, in fact, about the theory of the revolution, after a part dedicated to bourgeois revolutions, studied 4 socialist revolutions, concluding with some generalizations, recorded and, later, reworking, was soon to be published at the time of the 1973 military coup, when, after the invasion of my department for the army, it was burned by it, together with the books and other materials that were there, even a series of interviews that I had made to Miguel Enriquez, maximum leader of the MIR, whose loss still regrets. 290. In addition to exercising some administrative positions, teaching coordinator and member of the Investigation Commission, the editorial board and the board of directors of the CESO, and member of the Teaching and Research Commission of the faculty, they designated me as an area coordinator, to organize and direct its seminar. As I said, each area of the cessation carried out its own seminar, parallel to the general seminary. My investigator interests led me to propose in my area, which approved it, the theme Marxist Theory and Latin American Reality. Starting with the capital of Marx, the seminar should include its political works, but, due to historical circumstances, it did not go from the first part. It was not a simple reading of the book, but, providing Mexico's experience as a conductive thread for the discussion about the way of applying its categories, principles, and laws to the study of Latin America. In the seminar, Frank, Vasconi, Labarca, Marco Aurelio, Marcelo Garcia, Christian, Antonio Sanchez, and Jamie Osorio participated. To focus the discussion, I started working on a base text. He took, as a starting point, what was known in the cessation as my red book, a red cover, which gathered materials since 1966, including class schemes, reading notes, reflections and historical and statistical information on Latin America in general and country by country, with emphasis on integration to the world market and the resulting capitalist development. The very nature of these materials induced me to write a historical essay, which did not satisfy me. What I was looking for was the establishment of an intermediate theory that, based on Marx's theoretical construction, led to the understanding of the underdeveloped nature and dependent on the Latin American economy and its specific legality. Upon returning to work in the text, I sought to place the analysis at a higher level of abstraction, relegating to footnotes the few historical and statistical references that I kept. This second version was published, still incomplete, in Society and Development, under the title Dialectic of the Agency, the Export Economy, and, finished, in mimeographed edition of The Cessation, in 1972, also serving as a basis for the introduction to the book published by Einaudi, in 1974. 291. Dependency dialectic was an undeniably original text and contributed to open a new way for Marxist studies in the region and raise, on other bases, the study of Latin American reality. The theoretical démarche that I made, essentially, to reject the traditional line of underdevelopment analysis, through which it was done through a set of indicators that, in turn, served to define it, the result was not simply descriptive, but tautological. Thus, a country would be underdeveloped because its indicators related to per capita income, schooling, nutrition, etc., corresponded to a certain level of a certain scale, and those indicators were located at that level because the country was underdeveloped. Trying to go beyond that deceptive approach, Eclac advanced little, leaving, as a valid element of its elaboration, the criticism of the classical theory of international trade and the finding of value transfers that the international division of propitious labor, to the detriment of the Latin American economy. Instead of following that reasoning and faithful to my principle that underdevelopment is the other face of development, I analyzed in which Latin America conditions had been integrated into the world market and how that integration, a. it worked for the world capitalist economy, and b. altered the Latin American economy. The export economy, which arises in the mid-19th century in the pioneering countries, becoming generalized, appeared, in that perspective, as the process and the result of a transition to capitalism and as the form that this capitalism assumes, within the framework of a certain international division of labor. Considered that, the value transfers that they had not seen as an anomaly or an obstacle, but rather a consequence of the legality of the world market and as a stimulus to the development of Latin American capitalist production, based on two premises: abundance of natural resources and overcoming work. The first premise resulted in monoproduction, the second, the indicators of underdeveloped economies. Industrialization, carried out later, would be determined by internal and external relations of production, formed based on those premises. Thus resolved, according to my understanding, the fundamental issue, that is, the way in which capitalism affected the axis of the Latin American economy, the formation of surplus value. I worried about the transformation of it under profit and with the specificities that this metamorphosis enclosed. Some indications related to the point to which my research arrived is 292. They are contained in the text and other works written at that time, but I would really only solve the problem some years later, in Mexico. Speed in light, my essay caused immediate reactions. The first criticism of Fernando Enrique Cardoso, through a communication made to the Latin American Congress of Sociology, which was held in Santiago, in 1972, and which was published in the Latin American Magazine of Social Sciences. Defeating with heat the position he conquered in the Latin American social sciences and that he believed, apparently, threatened by the dissemination of my text, and still referring to the article that had come out in Society and Development, which did not include the analysis of the industrialization process. Cardoso's criticism inaugurated the series of biases and misunderstandings that took and attributing the false thesis that Latin American capitalist development excludes the increase in productivity. I responded to those mistakes in the postscriptum that under the title of Around the Dialectic of the Agency I wrote for the 1973 Mexican edition. But if the reactions contrary to my essay did not wait, interest and support either, whether through the incomplete version of the magazine, Whether from the mimeographed edition, the essay obtained a great diffusion in Chile and abroad, for which the constant flow of visitors that were heading to the cement helped. Very early I noticed that I could not keep the job without publishing, as was my initial intention, worried how it was about to conclude the research that the text barely announced. In September 1972, having traveled to Mexico to participate in the summer courses promoted by the Faculty of Political and Social Sciences, of the UNAM, I found the fact that the essay was already the subject of seminars and study groups, becoming even constituting in the subject of the interesting thesis in economics, by Raimundo Arroyo Jr. and Roberto Cabral Bowling, The Industrialization Process in Mexico, 1940 to 1950. A model of super-exploitation of the workforce, defended in 1974. Eurified by News Espressate, co-owner of the editor was an old friend. To authorize her publication, it seemed better to give in, although, given the controversial climate that surrounded him, it seemed necessary to make a preface. He ended up becoming a post facio, where I tried. 293. Returning to the circulation, I was earned by the nickname of circulationist, justify the use of Marxist categories in the analysis of a capitalist formation even in gestation and dissipate the confusion arising on the notion of super-exploitation of work, in addition to advancing some considerations on the tendency of the dependent economy to block the transfer of the increases in productivity to prices, fixing as extraordinary surplus relative surplus value. In addition to the Portuguese editions, the Mexican edition, published in 1973, is the only one that includes that post fund, being also one of the rare authorized publications of my essay. Indeed, as I feared, pirate editions followed, in France, in Argentina, in Spain, in Portugal. I also authorized the German edition, included in a reading organized by Dieter Rengas, which was published in 1974, and the Dutch translation of said reading, in 1976. For what I knew, the contract signed with the Japanese editor did not bear fruit. The international dissemination of dependency dialectics was due, in part, to which I presented the text as paper at the Afro-Latin American Conference, which he gathered, in Dakar, in September 1972 by initiative of the Institute of Economic Development and Planning, UN body led by Samir Emin to scholars of the two continents, as well as from Europe. On the return trip, I went through Italy where, at the Institute of Studies of Contemporary Society, directed by Lelio Basso, I participated in a seminar on Latin America. From there it was a text of a certain interest, the dependent capitalist accumulation and the superexploitation of work, which had only a mimeographed edition in the cessation but that circulates, even today, in student and research circles of the UNAM and other Mexican education institutions. In my stay in Italy, I was able to dialogue intensely with a large number of dissident intellectuals of the Italian Communist Party, including Rossana Rossenda, Lucio Magri, Giovanni Arite, and Luciana Castellini. My resistance in publishing dependency dialectics was due to the consciousness that the text was insufficient to account for the state of my research and my desire to develop it. That resistance was defeated, in part, as I pointed out, because of the difficulty I had to prevent its dissemination and, in part, because the progress of the Chilean process convened me increasing to a more active participation, hindering my concentration in the general theoretical issues that worried me. From 294. The end of 1971, assumed increasing political responsibilities, which ended up absorbing me. One of the hot issues that were raised in Chile then was that of the unity on the left, due to the problems raised by the opposition up ex mir. Juno Usli with socialist and communist companions, among which Marta Harnecker, soul of the initiative, Theotonio, Alberto Martinez, and Pio Garcia participated in the creation and direction of the magazine Chile Today, whose objective was to build an adequate space for the dialogue between the leftist currents, and in which I regularly collaborated until the military coup. In early 1973, it took place, at the initiative of Sirin and in collaboration with the Cessation, a symposium on the transition to socialism, in which leftist intellectuals around the world participated, highlighting Paul Sweezy, Rossana Rossenda, Lelio Basso, Michel Gudelman, in addition to local participants. I presented a paper entitled Transition or Revolution, in which I analyzed the class character of the government of the Popular Unity. I also commented on the paper of Gudelman and intervened with respect to that presented by Basso. The symposium materials gathered in the book Transition to Chilean Socialism and Experience, from Latin American press, including my paper, the commentary to Gudelman and my criticism of Basso. After the 1973 coup, the book could hardly be found. However, many materials, including the texts about Gudelman and Basso, were published again in Buenos Aires, in the following year, under the title About the Transition to Socialism, in addition to being reproduced in various publications in Colombia and in Mexico. Even in 1973, under my direction, the first issue of the magazine Marxism and Revolution appeared, whose second number, already edited, was destroyed in the printing press, in the days after the coup. The one who came to circulate contained two works of mine on Chile. One was The Dependent Industrial Development and the Crisis of the System of Domination, in which, from the economic movement and, in particular, the distribution of surplus value, I analyzed the split of the Chilean bourgeoisie that, expressing itself in the 1970 election campaign, opened the path to popular unity, that job, which he considered 295. Some of the progress that I did in my research on extraordinary surplus value, had been written and disseminated between the left before the work that I presented in the Cireneceso Symposium and, from a logical point of view, preceded it. The other article, The Economic Policy of the Chilean Road, written in collaboration with Christian Sepulveda, examined the class motivations of the economic policy of the UP and its implications. Actually, it was destined to cover the publication of a text that I had not written for publication and that, full of deficiencies, had appeared, without my authorization, in Critiques of l'Économie Politique, magazine edited by Maspero. These three essays constituted a more or less structured analysis of the causes and action of the government of popular unity. They form the core of the book that, in 1976, I published in Mexico, Reformism and Counter-Revolution. Studies on Chile - which, in addition to a selection of the most conjunctural articles written for Chile Today, gathered two other essays, both of 1974. One of them examined the crisis and the fall of the UP government, having appeared, in a preliminary version, written in Panama, in a birth publication, under the title Chile, The Political Economy of Military Fascism, and which was reissue under the denomination of Political Economy of a Military Coup. That change of title had not been random. After having initially handled the notion of military fascism, I ended up discarding it, convinced that the characterization of the Chilean counter-revolution as a fascist hid the real nature of the process and tended to justify the formation of broad fronts, in which the bourgeoisie tended to assume a hegemonic role. At that time, it still seemed possible to fight for a policy of alliances that did not imply the subordination of the popular forces to the bourgeoisie, since the left still stopped, locally, a capacity for action in Latin America and was on the rise in Western Europe, in Africa, and in Asia. The defeats that the left later suffered in Europe and in Latin American countries, led the triumph of the Frente Amplio front under bourgeois hegemony, which presided over the Latin American redemocratization of the 80s, except in Central America, where the scheme of alliances that I advocated prevailed. It should be noted that, even in Chile, as one of the articles published in Chile Today and included in the book, it seemed to me that, regardless of the fascist features presented by the mobilization of 296, the right, there were no conditions for a true fascist regime. That discussion continued throughout the 1970s, leading me to elaborate the concept of counterinsurgency status and, when the redemocratization process could already be glimpsed, that of the state of the fourth power. Another essay of the book that is after the coup, Two Strategies in the Chilean Process constitutes, After 1967 work on Latin America, one of my most disseminated texts, without a doubt because of the favorable phase that the left still lived and for the interest that the Chilean case aroused. Written for the initial number of political notebooks, which I will talk about later, it was published, first, in Temps Moderns, being then subject to various reissues, isolated or in Latin American and European magazines and newspapers. The purpose of the article was that of in opposition to the false thesis that the majority of the Chilean left disseminated abroad, discharging the responsibility of the coup, to analyze the two strategies of the left, during the government of the Popular Unity, and show how the tension between the popular mobilization that it induced, including, even, origin to the organs of popular power, and the dynamics of the bourgeois state, ended up conducting the process to a break point. In that context, MIR and PC, although they constitute the most influential theoretical and political driving centers in their respective fields, polarizing around them to the other forces of the left, they had not acted in isolation. In addition to that, only their performance could be explained based on the development of the class struggle. The responsibility of the coup touched, however, the American imperialism and the Chilean bourgeoisie, and only the MIR and the PC could be criticized for the errors they had in the implementation of their respective strategies. From my production, in that period, it is still necessary to mention three works. The first, focused on reflection on what was happening around me, is the preface to Vania Bambura's book, The Cuban Revolution, a reinterpretation, edited in 1973. Born in the heat of the debates that were locked in Chile on the issue, its purpose was to contribute to the characterization of the problem of power in Cuba, which led me to rework the concepts of democratic revolution and socialist revolution, crucial theme in Marxist discussions in general and, in Chile of then, in particular, and seek to establish new relations between them. 297. The other two works referred to Brazil, being inserted in the context of the political life that they maintained. In Santiago, the Exile Nuclei, 122 takes up the analysis of the performance of the left, which I started in the last chapter of Underdevelopment and Revolution. But with a difference. Vanguardia and Class had been written in 1969, when the armed struggle began and the intellectuality of the left, to follow the current or for fear, the applauded or, in the best of the hypotheses, it was silent. I felt, therefore, not only in freedom, but even in the duty to criticize the conceptions and practice of the armed left, alerting it for what could happen. In 1971, however, when I write the second essay, the failure of the task was already evident and, from everywhere, the criticisms to the armed left reigned, which led me to claim it, although without giving up the analysis of its performance. This essay was assigned to the anthology organized by Vania Bambura and published by the Latin American Press, in that year, under the title of 10 Years of Insurrection in Latin America, excluding Vania, Moises Moliero, and me, the authors, all of them, known intellectuals. They pretended to sign their texts with pseudonym, an understandable mate if the political conditions that reigned in most Latin American countries are considered. The 1973 coup made of the book a rarity, and only the Italian edition of Matsuda, from Milan, published in 1973, was left with the title El Antienza Rivaluzionaria Latino-Americana. However, my essay was included, with the title Armed Struggle and Class Struggle, in the fifth reviewed and extended edition of Underdevelopment and Revolution, of 1974. The other work, written at the end of 1971 or the beginning of 1972, was the result of my speech at a political seminar of the Brazilian left in Santiago and was published, first, in Monthly Review, under the title Brazilian Sub-Imperialism, also published in the editions of that magazine in Italian and Spanish, as well as in the Mexican magazine Synthesis. In this essay, I examined the economic policy of the dictatorship and required what, in my view, constituted, for it, objective limitations, the narrowness of the domestic market, the superexploitation of work and the possibilities of the state as a promoter of investment and demand. In a more general plan, it showed the difficulties that the United States created for the implementation of the undergroundist policy and indicated the convenience of distinguishing, in its evolution, two periods, which had 1968 as a waters. On the other hand, the essay showed, for the first time, the role of income transfers for the middle class, from that year, with the purpose of mitigating the narrowness of the domestic market. These two propositions served as an explicit or implicit input for the elaborations of other authors on Brazilian external economy and policy. The essay was also incorporated, with the same title, into the 5th edition of Underdevelopment and Revolution. My Chilean exile corresponded, thus, on my arrival in maturity, in the intellectual and political level. The events that marked its end, the military coup of September 11, the experience of state terrorism to its highest degree, on the days after the Panama Embassy, where about 200 people made a disciplined and solidarity effort to coexist in a small department, under the noise of bombs and shootings, they were lived naturally, as contingencies of a process whose historical meaning was perfectly clear for me. In mid-October 1973, once again without any document, I traveled for Panama. For the third exile. After a formal and little tense reception, at the airport of the city of Panama, with the presence of Omar Torrijos and Manuel Noriega, the asylees were transferred for two small provincial cities, Chitra and Las Tublas, touching my group the latter. I had been practically missing, since September 11, giving margin, even, to spread rumors about my shooting at the National Stadium. In the tables, I resumed contact with the outside world and, at the end of a few days, before the confusion that reigned between the Panamanian authorities with respect to the treatment that should be given to the asylees, I transferred, on my own initiative, for the city of Panama, where friends from various parts, mainly from Mexico, transferred me some money. I had left what I had with the Chilean companions and traveled with about $40. Then Carmen, who had been my maid, had happened to me, after changing all her economies on the black market. That was one of the most moving manifestations of solidarity that I then received from humble Chileans, but conscious and combative. Panama could be nothing more than a point of passage. My priorities, regarding the future destination, were, in this order, Argentina, for proximity to Chile, and Mexico, for sentimental reasons. But, naturally, I was not in a position to close any door, so I did not slow the initiatives that 299. In various countries, they began taking friends, colleagues. As the efforts to enter Argentina continued to fail and those related to Mexico were also delayed, I ended up staying in Panama until the end of January 1974, and I was one of the last to leave the country. Those 3 months allowed me to feel the impressive solidarity of my friends, particularly Mexican, Venezuelans and Italians, and, at the same time, verify, not without surprise, the prestige that I enjoyed in Latin America and in Europe. In Mexico, News Espresate, Eugenia Huerta, Carlos Areola followed. In Argentina, the main action touched Enrique Oteiza, from Clanso, resulting in an invitation for the University of the South, in Bahia Blanca. It must also register the solidarity of Orlando Falsborda, who directed Rosca, in Colombia. In Italy, the friends who struggled the most were Rosana Rosenda and Laura Gonzalez, who had translated my book for Einaudi and with whom I maintained a large correspondence, but who only later came to know personally, when I was impressed by her intelligence, enthusiasm, and human heat. From Italy I got invitations from the universities of Rome. 300. From Siena and Medina. From France, the Paris 8 University and Aix also gave their contribution, together with the Paris I. However, the most insistent and interesting offer, regarding the financial aspects and migratory documentation, spontaneously came out of Otto Krei, of the Max Planck Institute, of Starnberg, near Munich, which I had found in Dakar. He knew, therefore, dialectic of the agency, with Jürgen Heinrichs and Volker Frobel, he would constitute a research corps, which he would publish, in 1977, the book The New International Labor Division. Structural Paralysis in Industrialized Countries and Industrialization of Developing Countries. I went there then, when leaving Panama, for reasons that may not apply here. Before closing the Panamanian parenthesis, however, to make a couple of observations. The political situation that the country lived, with Torrijos, involved a good reception to the asylees, along with the desire not disguised as we were. While I was there, formal contacts with the university, one or another conference, were limited in such a way that the impressive academic event, in that period, was my participation, with Vasconi and others, in the seminar on economic, social, and political aspects of foreign investment in Central America, promoted by the Central American Program of Social Sciences and by the Friedrich Ebert Foundation, in Catalina, in November 1973. Registered, mainly because, in the conversations with Ebert officials, the interest of German social democracy in the Latin American leftist intellectuality was manifested for me, as well as the work that, to attract it, developed through Claxo. Subsequently, with the meeting he promoted in Colonia Tovar, in Venezuela, in 1975, among the main forces of the Chilean left, excluding the PC and MIR, the political wedge of social democratic action was perfectly defined. That action would come to give significant fruits in the second half of the decade. Regardless of the official attitude, the receptivity of Panamanian intellectuals to the asylees was warm. Among those I met and today I count as my friends, it is fair to highlight Julio Manduli, Marco Antonio Gondasegui, Javier Garaj Chaga, and Griselda Lopez. Along with the exemplary companionship of the asylums that were there, that made my stay in the country bearable. 301. On January 30, 1974, I left for Munich, where I had the pleasant surprise of, in addition to Otto Krei, finding Antonio Sanchez and Marcelo Garcia, who, as well as Gundo Frank, had also been invited by the Max Planck. With them, there was Dorothea Mesger, tender and intelligent, whose research on the international copper poster would be, some years later, in an excellent book, who stayed in his department during my stay in Munich. Integrating an optimal team and with an unparalleled work infrastructure with which I had had before and I had later, I must recognize that in the following period my intellectual performance was low. Outside the participation in seminars, even in one that the Max Planck team made in September in Starnberg, and the realization of conferences, there was little that produced there. In addition to the 2 essays on Chile, already mentioned, and the preface to the 5th Mexican edition of Underdevelopment and Revolution, my production was limited to minor collaborations, generally related to Chile, for magazines and newspapers, as well as interviews. To do this, the broad movement of solidarity with Chilean resistance, which constituted an important fact in European political life, attended that half of the decade, and that summoned me, without admitting reservations. Until early 1977, it was impossible for me to establish a work plan and dedicate reasonable attention to my personal and professional life. Always moving throughout Europe and between this and Latin America, I was forced to face unexpected situations and, sometimes, true challenges, such as being the main speaker in a rally during the first anniversary of the Chilean coup, in Frankfurt, which brought together about 300,000 people, from all over Germany. A correspondence of that time, subtracted to agents of the extinct CNI and to which I had access through Labio Perez, director of the magazine Open Page, of Santiago, shows how much my activity bothered the Chilean dictatorship. A memorandum of the late 1975 interview with Edgardo Enriquez, Miguel's brother, who was then directing the activities of that organization abroad, and asks for measures to capture us. 302. The tragic disappearance of Edgardo, a year later, in Buenos Aires, eloquently speaks of what would have meant to me to fall into the hands of Chile's Secret Service. 123. To what extent I had become popular in the circles of the European revolutionary left, Laura Gonzalez gave me, when we met. He told me, then, that, being in Turin, he knew that I would pronounce there a conference on Brazil and attended her in order to meet me personally. Surprised with the ambiguity of the intervention of the lecturer, who combined verbal radicalism and doubtful political propositions, was further surprised when addressed, after the conference, he treated her in an elusive and nervous way. Laura telephoned, then, Rosana Rosenda, to Rome, telling what happened and asked if I was tall, dark brunette, etc., obviously receiving negative response. Considering the sordid maneuvers that the Brazilian embassy had been performing in Italy, both concluded that it was a farce armed by it and rushed to communicate the imposture to the Italian left. Despite having produced little, that was a period in which the publications of my texts multiplied, many times without me becoming aware. In addition to the 5th edition of Underdevelopment and Revolution and its translation into Italian and Portuguese, the German, Italian, Dutch, and Portuguese translations of the Dependency Dialectic, while several works of mine, referred mostly to Chile, were also formally edited in Germany and in Argentina and, informally, in Scandinavia, in the United States, in Canada, and in Latin America. Dragged in that maelstrom, my destabilization would have been complete if, in September 1974, I would not have traveled to Mexico, to assume the position of visiting professor, who offered me the FCPYS, and that led to my assignment, as a researcher, to his Center for Latin American Studies. At the airport, an incident that deserves registration took place. After withdrawing my luggage, I was heading towards the place where the customs agents were, when a young man, well-dressed and of good appearance, standing in a poorly illuminated area, after staring at me, made a signal to stop me there. While I opened my bags, which he closed again, without even daring to look at them, the young man, with that threatening courtesy in which Mexicans are teachers, manifested me the satisfaction of Mexico and his own for my return to UNAM, since I would have the honor and pleasure of being my student. Actually, I never saw it again. He was an agent of the governorate, that, in the good Mexican style, at the same time that he saved my customs procedures, I warned that the government already knew about my arrival and accompanied my steps with attention. I divided my professional activities between UNAM and Max Planck until mid-1976, when I presented my resignation to it to stay exclusively in Mexico. There, in the middle of the whirlwind in which I lived, I assumed some initiatives, which were then revealed productive. The most relevant was the foundation, in 1974, of political notebooks, which would exert significant influence on the Mexican intellectuality, until when she stopped appearing in 1990. Born thanks to the impulse of News Espressate, which she dedicated the best of her enthusiasm, intelligence, and remarkable sensitivity, the magazine gathered a brilliant group of intellectuals, formed in the heat of the 1968 movement, in which Carlos Pereira, Bolívar Echeverría, Rolando Cordera, Arnaldo Córdoba, and Adolfo Sánchez Rebolledo, scald by experience. 304. That I had previously lived in the country. Just a few years later I allowed my name to be included in the editorial committee. He suffered, over time, modifications due to defections and the inclusion of new members, including Cristina Laurel, Ruben Jiménez Ricardez, Olac Fuentes, and Hector Manjares. The care in mentioning the members of the committee is justified by the fact that, unlike what happens in that type of publication, he functioned as a true work team, with weekly meetings that entered at night, making the magazine a really collective product. From an apparent ideological unit, they would soon present different trends, which sometimes reached the point of rupture, but always found the appropriate formula to guarantee the operation of the group. Special merit of that touches News, whose firmness of principles was united with an exceptional delicacy in the treatment. That dynamic, full of contradictions, in addition to constituting an exercise of democratic coexistence, gave a positive result. Far from holding the suffocating monolithism of most Marxist magazines, Notebooks knew how to be a stimulating and flexible organ, which opened space to new ideas and new authors, ventilating the intellectual climate of the Mexican left. Even in 1974, I started, at UNAM, an extremely fruitful work. In a doctoral seminar on economics and politics in Latin America, they gathered around me valuable students, the FCPYS and the School of Economics. There I met, among others, Estela Gutierrez Garza, who would become my main teaching and research assistant and who, once a doctorate, became an excellent specialist in issues of economy and sociology of work, as well as Lucrecia Lozano, currently director of the CELA of the FCPYS. At the same time, in response to a request by Flores Olia, I assumed a course for grade students, the first graduated from the Colleges of Sciences and Humanities, created after 1968 and whose teachers, in general, participants of the movement, had motivated them politically, inducing them to systematic rebellion. Suspicious, initially, the young people then became an enthusiastic group, which flooded the classroom with their intellectual and political restlessness, taking me to give one of the most rewarding courses of my career as a teacher. With them, especially with the most prominent, I was able to perform a unique experience in my rugged teaching life, accompany students from the beginning to the end of their 305 course, thus, de World History I and II, initiating them in the theory and methodology of historical materialism, a 2-semester seminar on capital and another on Latin America, concluding with 2 semesters of workshop, which would be interesting research reports, many of which served as a basis for their degree thesis, made mostly under my orientation. Among the students who stood out the most, it is fair to mention Guillermo Farfan, Adrian Sotelo, Arnulfo Artiega, in addition to Ivan Molina, Victor Escobar, Abel Jimenez, Carlos Flores, Jamie Rodrio, among others. His thesis became an enriching deepening of issues raised in the dialectic of the agency, in particular a methodology for the determination of the value of the workforce and its application to Mexico, a case study on the work process and the forms of prolonging of the day in a brick factory, which evidenced the combination between absolute and relative surplus value, and an investigation into the machine maintenance and repair sector of the Mexican railways, which revealed interesting combinations of productive organization modes that integrated artisanal, manufacturing and manufacturing methods, in addition to moving considerably in the establishment of a methodology for the study of work intensity. In addition to that group, I directed degree thesis on the accumulation of capital in Mexico, in the Faculty of Political and Social Sciences, on the superexploitation of the female workforce, on the pattern of reproduction of capital in Chile and on the theory of crises, in the National School of Economics, and on the relationship between trade union organization and power system in Mexico, at the National School of Anthropology and History. Without a direct relationship with my immediate concerns, it still touched me, in the UNAM, degree thesis on the agricultural structure in Panama, in the FCPYS, and about the philosophy of praxis, expensive theme to the Faculty of Philosophy, in addition to one on the Latin American political process, in the College of Mexico. All were defended in the early 80s. In addition, there were investigations whose subsequent destiny in general, I do not know, but that were interesting contributions to the labor economy, dealing with the organization of the cement industry and the exploitation of work, the forms of articulation between domestic, artisanal and manufacturing work in the shoe industry, and so on. 306. In the FCPYS, in addition to accompanying the formation of a group of students, the contemporary world history discipline regularly taught that, extended to 3 semesters, had summoned a growing number of students, breaking, to gather up to 300, the current group division scheme. Instead of opting for the limitation of registration, which I would frustrate, in my view, the students, I preferred to resort to the system that I used in Brasilia, based on major and minor classes, supporting me in a team of assistants and monitors that, in their best moments, added 7 people. The results were widely satisfactory, influencing the pedagogical reorganization of the faculty. In the postgraduate division, I regularly directed a seminar for master and doctorate students, in the area of Latin American studies, which was intended to help students define their research topics and advise them in their development, regardless of whether or not they were oriented by me. By way of compensation to the interest and attention that I had been subject, when I was in Panama, I accepted, in that period, various invitations, conducting courses and seminars, at the degree and postgraduate level, at the School du Mexico, in the Faculty of Philosophy, at the Institute of Economic Research and in the School of Economy, of the UNAM, at the National School of Anthropology and History and at the Autonomous Metropolitan University, Ixtapalapa. However, along with my regular activities in the FCPYS, the most significant teaching responsibility that I assumed was, as of 1977, in the postgraduate division of the National School of Economics, where I responded by the seminar workshop of political economy in the master's degree and oriented, both at that level and the doctorate. In that period I also attended more or less regularly, the School of Economics of the University of Zacatecas, and at the invitation of the universities of Guerrero, Guadalajara, and Baja California, I taught short courses or participated in opposition exams for professor. Regarding my teaching activity, I must finally mention the postgraduate thesis directorate, which led to the defense of 4 doctoral and 5 mastery theses, by students who were or are still teachers and researchers in Mexico, in Brazil, in Argentina, and in Puerto Rico. Some were interrupted, like those of 2 Nicaraguan students of master's degree in economics of the UNAM, who returned to their country, in the late 70s, to join the revolutionary process. Others left my radius of action, mainly due to my progressive departure from Mexico, from 307. 1982, highlighting, among them, the doctoral thesis of Jaime Osorio Urbina, at the College of Mexico, on the Chilean state, and others in which my participation was lower, being more at the level of definition of the object and design of the research. Since 1975, I had resumed my journalistic activities, always giving priority to Latin American issues, in the Sunday supplement of the newspaper Excelsior, dedicated to international affairs. I did not feel good there, in addition to being practically the only local articulist. The rest of the supplement, in general, translated translations of foreign agencies and newspapers. The newspaper took too much freedom with my texts, not in the content, but with respect to titles, subtitles and illustrations. That could even correspond to an veiled form of censorship, as happened with the article that I titled Political Crisis in France, the Movement of Conscripts and the Issue of Security, which was published with the title Disadvantage, Spend More Than You Have. Thus, I am sure that also taking advantage of a crisis in the newspaper, motivated by the departure of Julio Scherer of the Directorate, I accepted, in 1976, an invitation of El Sol de Mexico, which convened Mexican and foreign intellectuals to form a new and brilliant editorial page. However, after a brief period, a problem arising with Mexican companions, who had been the subject of censorship, motivated my departure. I then collaborated weekly in El Universal, where I felt totally at will, freely choosing my songs and without suffering any interference in the texts presented. From there I only came to get away in 1980, when the trips to Brazil and the perspective of a possible return led me to start detaching my usual responsibilities. From that line of work, 3 articles that I published, in 1976, in El Sol, 124 on the policy of the United States for Latin America, which was announced with James Carter, which were reread and reissued by NACLA, in the following year, with the title A New Face for Counter-Revolution stand out. In them, I indicated the change in the American emphasis of the classic doctrine of counterinsurgency, which would encourage military blows in the region, 4 forms of limited democracy, that Samuel Huntington called governable democracies and the State Department viable democracies. Combining that with the analysis of trends that, although they preyed in Brazil and other Latin American countries, I anticipated the replacement of military dictatorships and redemocratization processes. These, despite having started with marked letters, seeking the construction of a state of four powers, they opened, in my view, ample space to the mobilization of the popular forces and demanded from the left a radical political readmission. On a brief trip to Paris, in February 1977, I exposed that point of view, in a seminar of Latin American left intellectuals, causing a rejection that scratched in indignation. Special impact caused the exalted intervention of Frank, destined, he said, to make the defense of Rui Mauro Marini against Rui Mauro Marini. Tempus est optimus judex. In a more elaborate way, I developed that thesis in the intervention that I made at a round table of the core of Caribbean and Latin America, in Mexico, in which Agustin Cueva, Theotonio, and Pio Garcia participated, being the debate published in Political Notebooks in that same year, and in the essay The Question of the State in the Class Struggles in Latin America that, in 1979, annually, the Yugoslavs promoted in Kavtat. Kavtat's text appeared in various publications, including Socialism in the World, Yugoslava Multilingual Magazine, Monthly Review in Spanish, Sella Notebooks, Bulletin of the Latin American Information Association, being, finally, included in the reading edited by the Autonomous Metropolitan University, of Mexico, the military state. Meeting in its dissemination, I resumed the idea, in the conferences that I taught, in the course promoted by the Inter-American School of Public Administration, in Rio, in 1980, and at the Higher School of Public Administration, in Bogotá, in 1981. She also based my intervention on Central America, in the 4th Annual Conference on the Caribbean and Latin America, carried out by the Hudson Institute, in New York, in 1981. Last, in addition to being published in magazines from Mexico and Peru, is part of Strategies for the Class Study in Latin America, reading published by the editor Synthesis, of San Francisco. 309. The privileged space for the development of this theme was the Center for Information, Documentation, and Analysis of the Labor Movement in Latin America, an autonomous entity that, in 1977, I had founded, in Mexico, with the support of Claudio Colombani, and that I directed until 1982. There they gathered young and brilliant intellectuals from all Peruvian Honduran Antonio Murga and the Argentine Alberto Spagnolo, in addition to the former students of the UNAM and university and militants from countries where intelligence was banned, in particular El Salvador, Guatemala, and the Somocista Nicaragua. With the support of Social Democrats and Christian foundations of Europe and Canada, and with the dedication of those who, for their intelligence and seriousness, were the pillars of the center, Francisco Pineda, Maribel Gutierrez, and Lila Lorenzo, it was possible situation, that turned the strong point of the center. In a barely partial way, given the insufficiency of resources for that purpose, the result of the work can be seen in addition to the book analysis of the salary protection mechanisms in the sphere of production, the result of an investigation carried out by Adrian Sotelo and Arnulfo Artiega and coordinated by me, at the request of the Secretariat of Labor in the International Sidamo magazine and in the non-permitted publication of Sidamo. In the latter, which specified the authors, I published 3 texts, Work Process, Working Hours, and Technical Production Conditions, in collaboration with Arnulfo Artiega and Adrian Sotel, reading of the UAM The Work Process in Mexico, in 1984, on the capital's reproduction pattern in Chile, written in 1980, for discussion purposes with Chilean companions exiled in Cuba, and Crisis, Technical Change and Employment Perspectives, presented in the International Symposium that was carried out in Medellin, in 1982, on the problem of employment in Latin America and Colombia. 310. In Sidamo, in a framework of collective work, I still developed other complementary research lines. One of them, on the international situation, focused on the conditions and consequences of the passage of the world bipolarity power system to multipolarity. The result of that reflection appeared, mainly, in the international Sidamo analysis. Another line was aimed at the characteristics of the world economic crisis and its implications for Latin America, particularly worrying with the effects of new technologies on working conditions. I focused the issue in the paper, Latin America Before the World Crisis, that I presented at the 4th Congress of Economists of the Third World, in Havana, in 1981, 125, and returned to this issue in the conferences that I pronounced, in that year, at the University of Lisbon and at the National University of Colombia, as well as in my speech at the International Meeting on the Options of Latin America Before the Crisis, held in Santa Cruz de la Sierra, 1983, under the sponsorship of ILDAS. A third line of reflection revolved around the directions of world socialism, considering the crisis of the European left, in the second half of the 70s, and the Polish issue, in 1980, especially, which I published some minor articles, in International Sidamo and in the Universal. In courses and conferences, in UNAM, in Sidamo, in Colombia, in Cuba, in Canada, I began to design a reinterpretation of the historical process of socialism, which resumed, in some way, the approach that I had given him, in Chile, in the course on the theory of revolutions, pointing out the need to locate national and international classes struggles, including those corresponding to Latin America, the only existing text, on that subject, and that only. From afar gives an idea of the state of my research, is the compte rendu of my speech at the Conference on Social Movements and Social Change in Latin America, conducted in Toronto, in 1982, which, with the title of Revolution in Latin America During the 80s, Strategy and Tactics, was included in the reading of 2/3 editions, Social Movement, Social Change, The Remaking of Latin America. However, the center, par excellence, of my investigations continued to be Latin American capitalist development and the way it was perceived and influenced by the theoretical process. Using the concept of capital reproduction pattern, which I had prepared in Sidamo, I rethink the exhibition of that development, in the courses I did, between 1981 and 1983, in the Central American Master's Program in Economics in Tegucigalpa and in the Doctorate in Political Science of the University of Montreal, as well as in the series of conferences that I pronounced, at that time, at the Center of Studies on America, in the Center of Studies on America. At the same time, I submitted, again, to criticism the developmentalist theory of Eclac and, through the theory of dependency, the endogenistic and neo-developmental currents. This corresponded to my concern to unravel the theoretical matrix of the more or less liberal economic policies that began to be applied in the region and that had had Chile as a laboratory, preoccupation that was present at the conferences on Keynes and Friedman that I pronounced, in 1981, in Bogotá. Apart from the study on the capitalist reproduction pattern in Chile, already mentioned, the results of that work were not beyond my notes and internal discussions of Sidamo, but were reflected in the courses and conferences that I made in that period in New York and in Salvador, as well as in Tegucigalpa, Montreal, and Havana. Out of this, that work, as well as what refers to the crisis of socialism, continued to occupy me, after my return to Brazil, in 1984. With respect to the theoretical issues raised by the dialectic of the agency, I resumed them, in that third exile, in 3 levels: the capital cycle in the dependent economy, the transformation of the surplus value in profit and sub-imperialism. Regarding the capital cycle, the investigation started from the circulation-production-circulation relationship, which was applied, first, to the changes of the Brazilian economy, based on the first clash of oil, intervenco object in the 2 National Congress of Economists of Mexico, in 1977, which consists of the memory of the event. The text evolved for the essay State and Crisis in Brazil, published by Political Notebooks. And, immediately, in the level of general theory, I analyzed, in the light of that relationship, the movement of the dependent economy in the context of the capital value cycle. That was the issue of the conference pronounced in a seminar on the agrarian issue and its relationship with the market, whose text was included in the Market and Dependence, a reading published in 1979. 312. In 1977, I finished my period as a visiting professor. I presented, at the FCPYS, contest for Professor B, in the historical social area, which led to titles proof, written test, and oral test. For the written test, a topic related to Latin America and the world economy was raffled, and I had to elaborate a dissertation that, for publication purposes, was called The World Capitalist Accumulation and Sub-Imperialism. In that work, I worried about undoing the misunderstanding that weighed on the concept of sub-imperialism, emphasizing its economic dimension, and indicated that he leads to a process of differentiation and hierarchy of the capitalist periphery. In addition to refuting some criticisms that were made to me as of Pierre Salama, for whom I was wrong to prefer the formula DMD to the formula P, when, in reality, the latter does not allow to capture the entire movement of circulation of the surplus value. I focused there, incidentally, the political aspect, in controversy with José Agustín Silva Michelena, 1976, sub-imperialism in favor of the concept of medium power, which does not properly capture the economic dimension of the phenomenon. The fact that it has not deepened the analysis in that direction, developing the indications that I give at the end of the essay, was a mistake, since that allowed sub-imperialism to continue to be confused with the concept of privileged satellite, also opening the way for elaborations such as the one of Castañeda, 1980. Intermediates were imperialist countries. Approved in the contest, I was, after 2 years of exercise, promoted to holder C, by internal contest. Since 1977, I also served as a visiting professor at the National School of Economics, postgraduate division, which led to, in 1980, I had to present public tender for Professor C, in the area of political economy. Although, at that time, I no longer intended to continue in the JAN, it seemed necessary to meet the requirement, which is why I presented myself as a candidate and, once approved, I presented my resignation. The dissertation that I had to elaborate referred to the schemes of reproduction of Book 2, of Capital, and the synods had requested that I consider its use by Latin American authors. 313. The text that resulted from there, published, by Political Notebooks, as Extraordinary Surplus Value and Capital Accumulation, is divided into 3 parts. In the first, I expose the schemes and, entering the controversy that they raised at different times in the history of Marxism, I seek to show the specific purpose they meet in the theoretical construction of Marx, the demonstration of the necessary compatibility of the magnitudes of value produced in the different sectors of the economy, and analyze the 3 premises that so much discussion caused. A. The exclusion of the world market, B. The existence of just 2 classes, and C. The consideration of the degree of exploitation of work as a constant factor. In the second, childbirth of the variation of that last factor, examining the effects of changes in the day, intensity, and productivity in the value/value ratio and distribution. In the third part, I analyze the use that 3 authors gave to the schemes: Maria de Conseco Tavares, S/A, Francisco de Oliveira and Mazzucchelli, 1977, and Gilberto Mathias, 1977, showing that the first, in addition to not in fact breaking with the traditional Cepelino scheme, confuses value of use and value; the seconds, sharply capturing the contradiction worldwide national currency, end up being fixed in the movement of the circulation; and the third, which gives us a brilliant analysis of the role of the state in determining the profit rate, forgets to consider the relationship/surplus value. That essay, probably, the least known of my writings, is an indispensable complement to the dialectic of the agency, to the extent that it expresses the result of the investigations, which I had begun in Chile, about the effect of the superexploitation of work in the fixation of extraordinary surplus value. In addition to a brief incursion into the issue of higher education in Brazil, which resulted in the text University and Society, written in collaboration with Paulo Speller, with the participation of Guadalupe Bertasi and Geraldo Dias, which was published in the Magazine of Higher Education, in Mexico, as well as, in English, by a Toronto institute, I must mention. 314. Among the works written in Mexico, the response to the article by Fernando Enrique Cardoso and José Serra, The Misadventures of the Dependency Dialectic, which I titled The Reasons of Neodevelopment. The article and response were published in special edition of the Mexican Magazine of Sociology, at the end of 1978. The article had two motivations. The first was the ancient misunderstanding with the position of Cardoso, which he exhibited in various works, and that I partially responded in the post-facio of Dialectics of the Dependency and in the preface of 1974 to Underdevelopment and Revolution. The second was the clear concern of the authors with the political amnesty that was approaching and that could open space in Brazil. It is undoubtedly the stupid thing that had already been written against me, what forced me, having a certain side that I always felt for the fate of my writings, to make a replica in form. Task, in addition, not very difficult, pretending to be located in the field of Marxism, the attack fails to go beyond the Ricardian theoretical instrumental, confusing, therefore, value of use and value, as well as gain and surplus value, while, pre-worked in fight grotesque apology of Brazilian capitalism. The controversy had great diffusion abroad and did not seem to have been achieved by the disqualification pursued by the authors of the attack, unlike Brazil, where my answer was not even published. With the political amnesty, in 1979, I could return, in December, after 14 years. However, I continued linked to Mexico, with brief visits to Brazil, in 1982 and, in sabbatical year, at the end of 1983 and early 1984. In the second half of that year, I decided to return definitively, although only in December I resigned from my charge, in the UNAM. My exile arrived at the end, which would last almost 20 years. 3. And 20 years, over the corresponding affirmation and professional development, they count a lot. They count even more if the country to which we return, despite having had its general movement determined by the same trends that governed that of Latin America participating, then, of the same process of hypertrophy of class inequalities, of external dependence and state terrorism that characterized it in that period, made it accentuating its cultural isolation in relation to Latin America and launching a compulsive consumption of fashion ideas in the United States and in Europe. On my second visit to Brazil, in mid-1980, in response to an invitation from the Inter-American School of Public Administration, I had already become aware of that. In fact, by participating in a roundtable with economists from the Brazilian Democratic Movement, in Rio de Janeiro, it had been, not without surprise, the only one that refuted the thesis that Brazil, under the military dictators not talking about the trajectory followed by the country, they would lead most of them to change that point of view. But the review was not enough to qualitatively transform the cultural pathos that the dictatorship imposed on the Brazilian intellectual elite. For it to become what is today, in addition to the exile suffered by the rebel intellectuality of the 60s, a coherent policy, based on a set of instruments, censorship, which erected a barrier for the rich Latin American sociological, economic, and political production of that period, the creation of new media, particularly television, functional to the system, the intervention in universities, which expelled professors and students, mutilated the curricula and, through privatization, degraded the quality of teaching to the limit, and the fate of large budgets for research and postgraduate, leading to new criteria for selecting topics and the granting of study scholarships for the United States and some European centers. The analysis of the cultural policy of the dictatorship, initiated with the Meciosioid agreements, and its consequences is still to be done, representing an adjustment of accounts indispensable so that Brazil can discover its true identity. 316. However, that policy would have been less successful if the system had not co-opted so many intellectuals, including those who were opposed to the regime. A curious phenomenon occurred in the country, leftist intellectuals, who occupied positions in academic centers, or that created them with the main purpose of occupying positions, established a network of protection against the siege of the dictatorship and used their influence on the destination of budgets and scholarships to consolidate what they had conquered, acting based on groups' criteria. However, what appeared, originally, as a self-defense and solidarity, with the passing of time, mainly with the beginning of the separation of the regime, in the late 70s, in an irresistible vocation for corporatism, complicity, and the desire to exclusion of all that, any that was their political connotation, that threatened the power of people and groups. On the other hand, in the closed environment in which the country was suffocated, it was helpful, for those who could enter and leave freely, monopolize and customize the ideas that flourished in the intellectual life of the region, adapting them prior to the limits established by the dictatorship. In this context, the majority of the Brazilian leftist of the left collaborated, more or less conscious, with the official policy, closing the way for the dissemination of the issues that stirred to the Latin American left in the 1970s, marked by political processes of great importance and concluded with a popular victorious revolution. The phenomenon was not exclusively Brazilian or, over time, it ceased to be. After the 1968 movements, Europe and the United States saw class struggles sharpened and had to face popular and left-wing initiatives, which challenged the dominant system. We already mentioned that, in the mid-70s, the result of these struggles became favorable to the forces of the establishment. We also mentioned that, since the Chilean coup of 1974, European social democracy went on to act on the Latin American intellectual scenario, in what had been preceded by U.S. research foundations and accompanied by the cultural institutions financed by the churches and by Christian democracy. In Brazil and in the rest of Latin America, the dispute over obtain. 317. The mass movements had sustained it in the 1960s. An exemplary analysis of that was carried out by Agustin Cueva, in an essay included in his book Latin America on the Border of the 90s, as well as by James Petras, in the article The Metamorphosis of Latin American Intellectuals. Be that as it were, that was the country to which I had to reintegrate. It is natural that, when I arrived, I approached the former companions of struggles and exile, to whom the 1982 elections had provided new field of action, especially Darcy Ribeiro, Nieva Moreira, and Theotonio dos Santos. Darcy, then worried about introducing a wedge at the State University of Rio de Janeiro, in order to promote the recovery of that authentic white elephant, he asked me for a project from a National Studies Center, which would be created there. After finishing it, I participated, with Darcy, in the negotiations with the rectory of the UUR and in the call to prominent leftist intellectuals. However, the opposite resistance by the university brought the project to failure, and throughout Brazola's mandate she managed to stay untouchable. With Nieva Moreira, I started collaborating in the writing of the country's wages, bi-weekly, assuming the direction of a 6-page supplement of which, in 1984, about 7 or 8 numbers were published given to issues such as Brazil-United States relationships, the computer industry, the university crisis, the proliferation of religious sects, the alternative press, the ecological implications of Tucuruí but our differences in criteria, added to the crisis that folded over the newspaper, led me to leave work. In 1985 and 1986, we edited a quarterly magazine together, Terra Firm, of which 2 numbers were published and that, given the pressures of the 1986 election campaign, it was interrupted. With Amir Sader and José Aníbal Paris de Pontes, I still tried the creation of a theoretical magazine, without success. To that phase, marked by the attempt to create means to reach the Brazilian public, my essay Possibilities and Limits of the Constituent Assembly belongs, included in the Collectanania organized by Amir for the Brasiliense, with the title Constituting and Democracy Not Brazil Hoje. 126. It was with Theotonio, who held a leadership position at the Public Service School Foundation in Rio de Janeiro, which I found more favorable working conditions. Secondary body in the river administrative scheme, the FESP can act with some freedom, although its initiatives for jealousy and rivalries with people of the government team have been generally received and, to the maximum, tolerated. I assumed the coordination of academic projects, and where I had that, mainly, to deal with the creation of a degree course in public administration. The idea was interesting, but it was against the current. After the pioneering initiative of the EBAP, in the 50s, the administration courses had proliferated in the country, mainly in the private area of teaching, but totally turned towards business administration. The Getulio Vargas Foundation itself discarded, first, the EBAP, suppressing the comprehensive time regime, as well as the study scholarships, in addition to lightening in the curriculum the strong burden of social sciences, to finally extinguish it. In the early 1980 the beginning of 1986, I attended its bassoon, for lack of resources, and its unfeasibility, with the defeat of Darcy Ribeiro in the elections for governor of Rio. It is fair to highlight the enthusiastic support that I had, in that company, by Newton Moreira and Silva, then director of the FESP, and Yara Coelho Muniz, my secretary, collaborator, and friend. In that interim, taking advantage of the space that Theotonio had and with the collaboration of a team, in which Helio Silva, Gustavo Senecal, Bolivar Meireles, and Paulo Emilio stood out, it was possible to do something for which the support of the United Nations University and the National Research Council itself, Tavares, breaking the typical corporate circle of the institution, assumed a management position there. Supported by that, we tried to air the Brazilian intellectual environment, staging issues, characters, and relevant approaches in the international left circles, but that had been systematically excluded from the country's scientific and cultural events. Although the result has been much lower than we expected, it is worth noting some of the most interesting initiatives. 319. In 1984, the International Congress of Economists was held, promoted by the FESP and by the integrated faculties of SA, which was appeared, among others, André Gunder Frank and Emanuel Wallerstein. I delivered a conference on crisis and rearrangement of the world capitalist economy, in which the tendency to formation of economic blocs and investigated, in that context, on the future of Latin America. During the Congress, I was approached by surprise by journalists from Isto E magazine, giving as a sensationalist report, in which it appeared, once again, as great responsible for the armed struggle in Brazil. In 1985, within the framework of an investigation into social movements, sponsored by the UNU, a national seminar was held, where I presented a paper on the labor movement in Brazil, which was published in the political magazine and administer that we created in the FESP, and was reissued in political notebooks. That line, which had other unfolding, would culminate with the seminar on social movements and democracy in Brazil, made in 1986, which Clixo also associated. Even in 1985, with the UNU, the FESP co-patrocinó the international seminar on the role of the state in the security of Latin America in the face of the threat to peace, where José Agustín Silva Michelina, Orlando Falsborda, Hector Acali, and Heinz R. Sontag participated. I presented a paper on the Latin American geopolitics, in which he took the opportunity to examine the state in which he took the question of sub-imperialism, and another seminar, on international crisis, rearrangement of the world economy and strategies of scientific and technological development, where I taught a conference on economic thought in Latin America. The biggest 1986 event and, without a doubt, the most shocking in my period in the FESP, was the commemorative course 30 Years of Bandung, at the postgraduate level, under the auspices of the UNU, which I hope to make other similar ones in India and in Egypt, which did not fully concrete. With good financing and the efficient collaboration of Flavio Wandorelli Lara, we were able to bring 13 African and Latin American fellows, to which about 7 Brazilians joined, as well as excellent speakers, among which were Harry Magdoff, Elmer Altvater, Otto Krei, and Tomasz Vasconi. My course, relative to theories of economic development and dependence, allowed me to systematize the results to my research on the subject. 320. Taking advantage of, in part, the infrastructure of that course and the support of the CNPq and the Alexander de Gusmão Foundation, we carried out, together with La Flaxo, the postgraduate course Brazil and Latin America in the international system, where Edilberto Torres Rivas, René Dreyfus, Roberto Bouzas, Monica Hurst, Vânia Bambura, Antonio Carlos Peixoto, Antonio Carlos Peixoto, Antonio Carlos Peixoto, Antonio Carlos Peixoto, Antonio Carlos Pix, Moniz Bandira and others. In that course, among others, I dealt with Latin American integration and international relations of Brazil and oriented 2 dissertations, especially the action of IBAT in Brazil and on Brazilian sub-imperialism in Bolivia. Among the international events that the FESP promoted, I still have to mention the 16 Latin American Congress of Sociology, with the support of the UURJ, where I coordinated the seminar on imperialism, colonialism, and democracy and presented the paper on the labor movement and democracy, and the 2 Latin American Symposium of Scientific and Technological Policy, where my intervention dealt with technical progress and employment. The long stay abroad for exile had led me, on my return, to retract with respect to participation in events outside Brazil. However, in 1985, still attending to previous commitments, I traveled to Mexico, Cuba, and Puerto Rico. In Mexico, it was a seminar promoted by the World University Service about democracy problems. The paper that I presented, The Struggle for Democracy in Latin America, was published by Political Notebooks and, later, in the magazine of the University of Brasilia, Humanities. The trip to Havana was held within the framework of the international meeting promoted by President Fidel Castro, on the external debt of the Third World, which had a more political than academic character. Finally, in San Juan, I participated in the 2 Congress of Sociology of Puerto Rico, pronouncing a conference on the Latin American thought crisis, in addition to others, on varied issues in faculties and institutes of local universities. In 1986, having as a perspective my departure from the FESP, as a result of the state elections, I received a communication from the rector of the University of Brasilia, Cristóvão Buarque, who informed me about ongoing efforts for my reintegration to the institution. It was a radical change in politics adopted by the university in this regard, since the UNB had even ignored the request that I had made in that sense, after the amnesty of 1979. Thanks to the effort of the new rector and the effort and dedication of Professor Geraldo Dias, of the Department of History, as well as Professor José Geraldo Jr., which 321. They were responsible for the lifting and analysis of the facts. I was one of the first of a large list of teachers and officials reintegrated, which came to repair one of the many arbitrariness committed by the dictatorship. In March 1987, already resigned from the FESP by the new administration appointed by Governor Moreira Franco, I transferred to Brasilia. Attached to the Department of Political Science and International Relations, I would meet old friends, such as Vânia Bambura, Theotonio dos Santos, Geraldo Dias, Luiz Fernando Victor, among others, in addition to making new friendships, especially Adalgi Rosario, Arcopio Procopio, Cristóvão Buarque, Luiz Padone, and David Fleischer. I assumed, after a semester of adaptation, the regular teaching burden that imposes, semi-annually, the performance of a degree course and another postgraduate. Between 1987 and 1989, that led, in the first case, to impart the courses of political change in Brazil and Marxist theory and methodology and, in the second case, those of political theory of the state, special issues in political and state theory, elites and society. I also exercised the function of coordinator of the postgraduate program in political science, and I was also a member of the Academic Council of the doctoral program in Latin America, sponsored by UNB and Flaxo, and member of the editorial council of the University of Brasilia. In addition, I participated as a public tender synodal for teacher and examination of grade and postgraduate thesis projects, in addition to guiding master's thesis in political science. With respect to participation in meetings, in that period, I must highlight, at the UNB level, the seminar on La Perestroika, Implications for Soviet Society and the International Relations System, carried out with the USP, the UFRJ, and the SPRAID, as a commentator of one of the Soviet speakers, in 1988, and in the seminar Latin American, promoted by the Department of Political Science and the Goethe Institute, in 1990, when I delivered a conference on the development of the world economy and Latin American integration. In addition to conferences and roundtables carried out in the UFRJ and the UUR, in 1987, I must mention my participation in seminars of ILDAS, in Sao Paulo and in Rio, in 1988 and 1989, on a research topic to which I will refer to later. At the international level, I participated, in 1987, in the seminar, in Managua, on crisis and alternatives in Latin America. 322. Sponsored by the Sandinista National Liberation Front, and the paper that I presented, Democracy and Socialism, 127 was included in the reading that, with works by Pablo González Casanova, Martha Harnecker, and Tomasz Vasconi, and retaining the name of the seminar, was published in Montevideo, in the following year, and, in 1989, I delivered a conference on the world economy and Latin American integration, in the Faculty of Social Sciences, of the University of Buenos Aires. During that period, a trend was accentuated that had been present after my return to Brazil and of which I had only been aware, which is accuratized by Agustin Cueva, in its essay already cited. It is about the replacement of more open activities, which seek communication with a broader audience, tending to influence the process of opinion formation, and that are expressed in books, essays, and articles of general scope, due to more specialized activities, circumscribed to closed groups, whose form of natural expression is the report or the paper, and that only transcend the public through journalistic subjects. Along these lines, between 1986 and 1989, I conducted 3 investigations. With José Luis Homem de Costa and Rodrigo Carcamo de Olmos, I conducted a study for ILDAS, whose report, concluded in 1986, was called Economic Development, Income Distribution, and Social Movements in Brazil. In addition to updating myself with respect to the controversy over the distribution of income, which took place in Brazil in the 1970s, that research led me to the interesting finding that the acceleration of the income concentration, initiated in the 60s, loses strength in the late 70s and early 80s, due, in my way of seeing, to the rise of the social movements that are recorded then in the country. The strengthening of the bourgeois bloc, in the so-called New Republic, the retraction of productive investments for the benefit of financial speculation and the offensives launched against workers, with a highlight for the economic plans that begin in 1986, reversed, to which everything indicates, that trend. Even in that year, having the CNPq approved a project that I presented, regarding the automobile industry, I began its development, which I ended in 1989. In 1987, I presented a report of the first part, with the name of Crisis and Reconversion of the World Automotive Industry, and the final report is in process, which analyzes its impact in Brazil, and that allowed me to know better the performance of a key sector of the national economy and its financial economy and its financial economy and its financial economy and its financial relationship technological with large centers. It should be noted that, within the CNPq policy of distributing the few resources available to the same, in luck, attending to many, never subsidizes a project in sufficient way, I saw me corollary to modify the initial plan, which consisted of including in the analysis of Mexico and Argentina, taking advantage of my contacts and my knowledge about those countries. The third investigation, finally, was due to the initiative of ILDAS in the sense of sponsoring a broad study on the Brazilian public deficit, which integrated Rio, Sao Paulo, and Brasilia researchers' projects, including Eduardo Suplicy, Paolo Santarani, Maria Silvia Bastos, Mirj Vitor, Theotonio dos Santos and Vania Bambura. Within that framework, I took as theme the policy of incentives and subsidies for export of manufactures, and made two reports, one, preliminary, which estimated, in general, the effect of those incentives and subsidies on the public deficit, entitled The Policy of Export Promotion and the Public Deficit in Brazil, presented at the end of 1988, and another, in which I analyzed in detail the government policies that gave rise to the replacement of imports, in the 1950s, the post-64 attempt to suppress them in favor of promoting exports and, finally, the combination of both, mainly after the 1973 oil clash, which resulted in exacerbated protectionism, and in the Bleed report presented in 1989, with the title State, Economic Groups and Political Projects in Brazil, 1945 to 1988. It is fair to register here the dedication that, in all these investigations, demonstrated my assistant, Maria do Socorro F. Carvalho Branco, as well as Luciana de Amorim Nobrega. The workload that these research entailed, and that joined my normal academic activities, was gradually perceived as a mechanism for drainage of my intellectual life in favor of my refunctionalization to the current scientific cultural system in force in the country. In fact, she implied that research concerns and objectives, derived from me. 324. Own work trajectory, as well as the selection of study topics to which she tends, were dislocated from the center of my main occupation, becoming a marginal, slow, and painful treatment, and that when they received some a virosis that attacked me in 1989, which reduced my work capacity for a good part of the year, and the strikes that then stirred the UNB led me to postpone the search for a solution to the problem, all the more than, due to the strikes, the second school semester of that year continued in 1990. Thus, only in May it was possible to suspend my academic activities, thanks to a sabbatical license, for renunciar of research, dedicate myself to replenish my intellectual life. This is the point where I am. 6. As a balance, a work of this nature would be incomplete without an attempt to self-object, that is, if it did not try to perceive, relatively impersonal, how others saw my intellectual activity, throughout their development. The way I find to do it, neatly limited, since I can only realize the reactions of intellectuals equal to me, consists in making a review of acceptance or rejection of my writings. In addition to the limitations inherent to that procedure, the result to which I arrived will be even more unsatisfactory, due to the fact that I will take hardly what I know, without resorting to an ex-teacher investigation. When considering the impact of my intellectual work in scientific and academic media, I distinguish three moments. The first, which begins with the publication of the articles I wrote in Mexico and that goes until 1973, corresponds to the free use of other concepts by me elaborated, without the care of identification of the source, possibly because it is a little-known author. To that general rule, Frank, 1967, and Martins, 1972. This is also the phase in which works begin to emerge, mostly degree thesis, inspired and sometimes oriented by me. In the end, the first explicit manifestation of divergence with me, Cardoso, 1972, and a premonitory observation. The originality of the problem systematization trial made by Marini, gives the text a great value, although it does not exempt it from containing very controversial parts. 325. When I left Chile, I would see that double aspect of my work. 128. With the publication of Dependency Dialectics, the second phase of the process that I am examining begins, together with the wide use and, now, recognized of my work, as theoretical and methodological basis, by many scholars. He becomes discussed, questioned, and goes always, with passion and, even, with bad faith attacked. I pointed out, in his time, that I did not live that experience, which was verified in the context of criticism of the theory of agency, which begins in 1974. However, there is no doubt that, with the exception of Frank, my work was the most read objective, what cannot be dissociated, to my see, of the political position that corresponds to it. Thus, just published my book, it appeared, next to the praise of Blanco Mejia, the criticism of Arauco, 1974, to the concept of superexploitation, identified by him as that of absolute surplus value, error in which he would not be the first or the last to incur, while Cueva, 1974, in an essay that marked time, opened fire against dependentism as a school, there included Frank, Cardoso, Cardos Bambura, and me. The works of Arauco and Cueva, presented to the 11 Latin American Congress of Sociology, in Costa Rica, were products of internal discussions in Cela Anam, where I had just incorporated me, but of which I did not participate, and began the offensive against the theory of agency. In more recent text, referring to that, Cueva affirms that we never thought that our criticisms from the mid-1970s to the theory of agency, which pretended to be left, could involuntarily add the right-wing flood that later rushed over that theory. 129. In what tells me about, the culminating point of the offensive is located in 1978, with the works of Serra/Cardoso and Castañeda/Het. But it is also when I depart with the first serious attempt to, overcoming the heat of controversy, recovering some of the issues raised in the discussion, in Loyal, 1978, the author, starting from the Marxist theory of the work process, examines successively Baron, Frank, Cardos determine to what extent these authors contribute to found a theory of capitalism. Latin American. Regardless of whether or not he agrees with the conclusions to which he reaches Loyal, the way for him is chosen is undoubtedly the most appropriate to move from what was able to think about the theory of dependence on a type of superior knowledge. That will be also the trend that will be affirmed in the studies on the matter, once the mood is serenaded. From the production of that period, Arroyo/Cabral, 1974, Osorio, 1975, Frobel/Jurgen/Cry, 1977, Bambura, 1978, Castro Martinez, 1980, Torres Carroll, 1981, and Chilcote/Johnson, 1983, as well as most of the theses that, oriented by me, were defended in Mexico, at different levels, between 1980 and 1984, as works that contributed to expand my research horizon and refine my analysis instruments. However, for diametrically opposite reasons, it is necessary to make two special references. The first, Osorio, 1984, studies the development of Latin American thought, based on the theory of dependency, and the link between it and the socio-political process of the region, illuminating, under many aspects, the origins and motivations of the theoretical expressions that this thought assumed. The second, Manteiga, 1984, takes what it means to be the modern Marxist thought in Brazil, considering the works of Caio Prado Jr., Frank, and Marini, too, based on an ideological approach and a lot of input to the book in question, concluded with an anti-Trotskyist criticism, which not only is meaningless, as surprising by its intolerance, in addition to being anachronistic. Indeed, as of 1984, the attitude in relation to my work and, in general, to the theory of dependency enters a new phase, which takes two paths, even when it recounts in the style of the second period. The first is to consider one and the other as a necessary registration in the history of Latin American thought, and the second, in searching, on the path for them open, new theoretical developments. 327. It should be mentioned, in the first case, Bato Moore, 1988, and K. 1989 and, still, Davidoff, 1985 to 1986, no matter how much he suffers from the backwardness of social theory in the Soviet Union, and, in the other, Kuntz, 1984, Dussel, 1988, Cueva, 1988 and 1989, and Osorio, 1990, who seek to recover and transcend, in the plane of Marxism, The theory of dependency. Borden must also be mentioned, 1988, which uses it to reinterpret the foundations and projections of liberation theology. Finally, I must conclude insisting on a peculiar feature of the theory of agency, whatever the trial that is made, its decisive contribution to encourage the study of Latin America by Latin American themselves and their ability to, in vising for the first time the sense of relations between the region and the great capitalist centers, make, instead of a receiver, Latin American thought will influence the progressive currents of Europe and the United States. It is enough to mention, in this sense, authors such as Ammon, Sweezy, Wallerstein, Palances, Aright, Magdoff, Turenne. The theoretical poverty of Latin America, in the 80s, is, to a broad measure, the result of the offensive against the theory of dependency, which prepared the land for the reintegration of the region to the New World system that began to take shape and that is characterized by the hegemonic statement, in all the plans, of the great capitalist centers.